Greetings, school board members. Barbara Anderson. First, I wish to thank you for posting your Japanese plans for the upcoming school year. We all agree that in-person learning is best practice, but we want the reopening to be done safely. And so children under 12 can be vaccinated. I am asking you to continue mask wearing and social distancing as stated by the American Academy. I'm also asking you to provide a mandatory option for the district class. Be children, not mask. I am also asking the policy 5120 and policy 20 be pulled from first reading tonight and sent back to the policy committee for greater clarification. Even though science distinct times of last meeting, this policy is different as to what happens and to which age group it addresses. For instance, the policy is taking testing, are they restricted with income, in the elementary school? Are students providing standard rights? Do they understand the rights when they're elementary? Is it fair to press students arrested? Why is policy 4640 and policy 2645 not referenced in policy 5120 with appropriate links? Thank you for the reference to the memorandum of understanding between the district and law enforcement, which is just however not accessible to the public. It should be linked to the policy 5120. In fact, all MOUs should be referenced in the appropriate policies that they align with and a link attached. I do not think these policies are ready for first reading. And until the sexual abuse cases are publicly resolved, there must be full transparency and clarification of all expectations and processes. Parents need to know. The public needs to know. It is our right to know. Thank you for your time. Greetings, school board members. This is Barbara.
Hi, my name is Amanda Krug. I have 3 children currently enrolled in the NHCS. I am here to express my opposition to the mask mandates in public schools. It is likely the decision-making on future mandates will transition to the local level soon, as recommended by the new CDC guidelines, and the fact that Governor Cooper's mandate expires at the end of the month. As soon as this power is in your hands, I urge you to end the mask mandate immediately. Masks should be optional and up to the parents. Some of the many reasons children should not be forced to wear masks include that all teachers and staff have had the opportunity to be vaccinated and therefore are no longer at risk, that kids under 12 are less likely to get sick and less likely to catch COVID. Studies have shown the survival rate to be 99.995%. The vast majority of children who died of COVID had underlying serious illnesses. So the children are not at significant risk either. However, the risk of prolonged mask wearing include the Journal of the American Medical Association study found that CO2 levels found in children wearing masks were 3 times the safe limit. A study out of Singapore found similar results. Young children have trouble reading faces and learning unspoken behavior with masks on. A New York study found that after prolonged mask wearing, children experience adverse effects, including headache, nausea, rashes, impaired cognition, and tissue breakdown. In fact, on some occasions, each of my children experienced headache, rashes, and PT vomiting. In fact, when a child was not allowed to remove his mask, he was at school and was forced to put a new one on while he waited for me to pick him up. Masks are not protecting our children. They do not need protection from a virus they tolerate extremely well. Masks are not protecting teachers and staff. They also don't need to be protected because they have all had the opportunity to be vaccinated. So what purpose do masks serve except to physically and emotionally harm our children? When the power is in your hands, do the right thing and make masks optional. Thank you.
Our next call to the audience will be Chris Sutton.
Hey, my name is Chris Sutton. I'm calling in for this call to audience period. I believe we can all agree that what just occurred at this last board meeting and the meeting before is not what's best for this community. It's not what's best for our kids, and it has turned into a side circus. Unfortunately, we have to start We really have to start implementing true rules of decorum. We have nothing written, and the same thing with the policies. We have very broad, ambiguous policies that leave people guessing as to what is allowed and what should be allowed. It's unfortunate, but we need to change things. Now, I don't think that meeting should have been switched to a Zoom. I believe that it shows the community that you just don't want to deal with them, and that honestly, we've reached the point that leadership is scared to be in front of the community that they represent, then it's time for y'all to step down. Now, honestly, I think it should have went to a board vote. I think that there's board members that would have preferred this to be in person and basically just actually lead, pound the gavel and have people removed if they get to the point that they're making a mockery of everything. We really do deserve better. If there's a vote today regarding Ms. Stagner and Darrington Smith, then I am requesting that due to the violations of Policy 21-2, that Stephanie Adams and Nelson Bollier both recuse themselves from the vote. It takes following policy, and that's something that a lot of people keep talking about, is abiding by the policy. If you willfully and knowingly break that policy and you violate it, the neutrality clause inside of there, then you need to recuse yourself, because there's no way that we should have had that outburst leading up to this. Now, I don't expect y'all to do it, but at the same time, I had to at least request it. Again, I don't even know if a vote's going to happen today with Darrington Smith, but truth be told, it should, because she has blindsided these board members multiple times. She hasn't fulfilled her duties, even with the inquiries and discussions. Multiple times now we've had board members get straight up blindsided through this, and it's just wrong. I really hope y'all have a good day, and I hope that this next board meeting that's done in person is a lot more civilized, because we truly do deserve better than what just happened.
Next week. So next we have Stephanie Fortunato.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Fortunato, and I wanted to record my comments regarding transparency and accountability and the overall system, along with the creating social study standards. Transparency and accountability equals safety and excellence. You get what you inspect. Parents know best and must be included in the process when schools and teachers plan. I love the idea of the transparency committee that has been proposed by Pete Wildeboer. I wholeheartedly support it to take place in each and every school in the New Hanover County region. I'm wondering, isn't that what PTAs are supposed to be? But I actually found out that parents don't really have a voice in any of those. I hope that that is what this proposition is when we're talking about that, because the U.S. Supreme Court has determined that parents have a fundamental right to direct the upbringing and education of their children in Meyer v. State of Nebraska, 262 U.S. 390, and that was in 1923. Moving forward, there recently was a petition signed by close to 650 people, parents and concerned citizens here in New Hanover County, asking the board to consider their voice, especially regarding what happened last week. We're hoping that Robert's Rules of Orders will be implemented and that we will no longer be tormented from behind the room by the radicals that come in to disrupt. We hope that you will create standards, especially when it comes to our children being behind because of last year's situation, so that they can compete globally. Obviously, that's going to require some solid facts, and we hope that the social study standards will either be paused or based on historic facts, which was what was hopefully something that was brought to the attention by probably a whole lot of other people, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much. We also are wondering why our New Hanover County schools personnel are not all fingerprinted and checked against the National Sex Offender Registry, and also for radical political behavior, arrests for destruction, and for things like that. We also wonder why our superintendent isn't leading the way and setting the example of accountability by having included in his clause that he's not accountable to the elected officials of New Hanover County, mainly the Board of Ed members. We don't understand why we continue to have a lawyer for the Board of Ed who has conflict of interest and is not giving justice for any of the children who had suffered sexual abuse, who may now even be adults. talking about having highest pay in the state. We think that merit pay is equal to performance. That teachers, you're not going to necessarily get good teachers just because you're throwing more money at the situation. And that should be, parents should be part of the review in the.
Next, we have Frank Fortunato.
Hello, this is Frank Fortunato. At the June Board of Ed meeting, the board chair stated that CRT is not taught in New Hanover County schools. However, on its website, under the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion link, I see problematic language describing the EDI committee's function, describing the equitable opportunities, equitable culture, and equity work that it does. This term equity, which amounts to equality of outcomes, should be removed and not used in any way, shape, or form. I will quote the great Thomas Sowell, who said, "If there is not equality of outcomes among people born to the same parents and raised under the same roof, why should equality of outcomes be expected or assumed when conditions are not nearly so comparable?" I don't want to assign motives, but as I see it, there are two options. Number one, members of the board are ignorant of the true origins and purposes of CRT and the language used by it. Or number two, the school system is purposely engaging in indoctrination and Marxist teaching of our children. There is always much talk about separation of church and state, but I submit to you that this Marxist language utilized in the schools is, in and of itself, its own godless, leftist religion, and has no business in our schools. I will end with quoting Thomas Sowell once again. "Ours may become the first civilization destroyed, not by the power of our enemies, but by the ignorance of our teachers and the dangerous nonsense they are teaching our children. In an age of artificial intelligence, they are creating artificial stupidity." Thank you very much.
Our next call to the audience will be Joshua Barber.
Hello, my name is Joshua Barber, and I am a student here in New Hanover County, and I'm going to start off by explaining a couple of the definitions and meanings of critical race theory. Critical race theory means marginalization, racism, gender identity, class, oppression of others, and a social construction of a racist, systematic America, ethnic groups, critical history, and its movement, basically the LGBTQ movement, and non-white culture. And I'm sure you know the State Board of Education recently passed unpacking document for the state's new social studies curriculum standards. The unpacking documents and standards include things like racism, xenophobia, nativism, extremism, and marginalized groups, ethnic groups, the LGBTQ movement, voter suppression, gender identity, social justice, and construction of a racist, systematic America. And you know what? This sounds so familiar. You know what it exactly sounds like? Critical race theory. And as a student here in New Hampshire County, I know it isn't happening as widely as being brought and said, but it has been brought by countless times to liberal teachers. And this gives them the exact excuse to bring it as wide as it is being said right now. As a student, I ask you, please do the right thing. Follow Brunswick County Board of Education and reject these standards. Do not allow them to be implemented. Send them back to the state. Thank you. Save our children.
Our next speaker is Deborah Abel.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Abel, a retired New Hanover County teacher and community member. Wow, I had to rewrite this after last week. First, thank you to those who voted for Policy 3620 last month. What a positive move to stand for all of our students. Dr. Faust, thank you for responding to my email regarding adding Policy 2310 to the agenda. However, a response more than 2 hours before the meeting would have been more helpful. I guess technically you met policy expectations. I appreciate the changes made to Policy 5120. Having the MOU reference to clarify exactly when investigations move from school administration to law enforcement control is helpful. However, making sure our students have a parent or guardian or other neutral child advocate with them when being questioned or asked to sign statements with administration or SROs needs to be addressed. Students should not be expected to ask those in authority to validate their rights. It should be part of the policy that parents, guardians, or a neutral advocate be present to support the student. I would ask that this policy go back to committee to strengthen the protections of our students' rights when questioned by administration and by law enforcement. Thank you for protecting all of our students.
We now have Angie Caney.
Is very real. A paradigm exists where marginalized and EC students are targeted at school, securing them a place in a courtroom followed by a jail cell. We have special needs and students of color being handcuffed and ending up in the ER with injuries as a result. Students disclose incidents of sexual assault only to revoke those when intimidated by adults during the interview process. And we have students who are facing serious charges that will alter the rest of their lives based on a minor incident, simply because children are not expected to know legal terminology and demand their rights before speaking with adults that should be trustworthy. Policy 5120 defines the relationship between law enforcement and New Hanover County schools. This policy clearly violates due process laws and prohibits students from having their parents present for interrogation, search, seizure, written statements, and disciplinary action unless they request it, making their participation involuntary and invalid. How many children do you know who are brave enough to ask for a parent when intimidated by a police officer with a badge and a gun? The data shows the negative impacts of poorly written policy which target our children of color, trans, and EC students. We actually witnessed something similar during last week's unruly board meeting. In a room filled with chaos, the false narrative presented was that a black man and a trans woman spoke out of turn and were not compliant. Did my eyes and ears deceive me? Because the reality was that repeated racist and transphobic slurs, lack of leadership and order, prompted them to attempt to use their First Amendment rights, which were denied. With the entire room then completely out of order, the only person who left in handcuffs was a black man. He was released once outside when law enforcement realized the real threat was inside and that he had indeed not broken any rules, not that there were any. This is a glimpse of what we see regularly happen in our schools without a policy to protect all children and ensure their rights. This policy must change immediately.
Next up, we have Chad Hill.
Hello, my name is Chad Hill. My topic is social studies standards, more popularly known as and justifiably called a part of critical race theory. If anyone would do even a cursory research on this subject, they would discover it was never intended to be taught to grade schoolers, middle schoolers, or even high schoolers. This topic is for college students to discover the effects certain laws have had on people with various racial backgrounds. Our young students are more concerned about pimples and braces, not the color of one's skin. Listen, they already know there's no difference between skin color until they're taught that there is. Teach them how great they are. Teach them about hard work. Teach them about persistence. Teach them not to quit. Teach them to dream. Never confuse a child's value with their performance or their race. It only leads to a lower self-image. Every day the new standard demands a half hour dedicated to teaching. There's a difference in people because of the color of their skin or their nationality, and that those characteristics decide success or failure, both in the past and the future. That's preposterous. It's nonsense. The new standards was given a grade of F by the Fordham Institute, a nonpartisan group where school systems submit their standards for review. An F. Using this standard is tantamount to passing a failing fifth grader on to the sixth grade. What do we tell our children who have one parent that is white and another one that is of color? Look, Sally, your mom is white. She is inherently racist, so don't listen to her. That's crazy. You should all read the proposed House Bill 324, which states public schools shall not promote one sex or race is inherently superior to another sex or race. They shall not promote that an individual solely by virtue of his race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, and that an individual should not receive adverse treatment because of their race or sex. Unfortunately,
Our next speaker is Loretta Gillespie.
Loretta Gillespie, and as a parent, I must speak out for my children. My children and many others I know have spent the last year suffering from acne, nasal and sinus infections, staph infections on the face, cysts on the face, rashes on the face and bodies from stress, and headaches and unknown psychological trauma from these mask mandates. The masks are harming our children. Our doctors know the masks are causing these conditions but cannot speak out for fear of losing their license and being attacked. At the beginning of the school year, my child was completely panicked about wearing a mask. I called my doctor, and he said, poke holes in the mask in front of him so he knows he'll be able to breathe. Children rarely get infected with or spread the virus. I cannot give you a note because the CDC will come after me. The CDC's own website reports the estimated fatality rate of COVID for children 1 to 19 years old is 0.0003%. That's a statistically zero risk of death, yet you have them living in fear of losing their lives and harming others. Many other states are mask optional for school, yet North Carolina is not. Our children need to be able to breathe and to be comfortable so they can learn. This school year has been a disaster with many kids failing core subjects. Students and teachers alike need to be heard and understood so our children do not fall further behind in schoolwork. The masks, the testing, and the vaccines are all experimental. They fall under the Emergency Use Authorization. The Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act that governs the issuing of EUA by the FDA specifically states the individuals to whom the product, in this case the cloth face mask, is administered to are informed of the option of accept or refuse administration of said product. I'm here to tell you that we do not accept these masks. It is my right to make medical decisions.
Our next speaker is Laura Treese.
My name is Laura Treese. I ask you to reject the state's new social studies standards for our county. The incivility being seen across the nation and among us last Tuesday evening is evidence that there's been a devolution of civic behavior. Is this an outpouring of what we've been allowing to seep into our educational system? Are these new standards just the latest manifestation of this regrettable trend? We are at a crossroads, a time for choosing. What you choose to promote through curricular changes will impact us all. We are educating future leaders and governing officials. Do we choose tyranny or do we choose freedom? Do we choose anarchy or rule of law? Do we choose chaos or order? You hold the balance in your hands. Your legacy will be to either further destroy the republic or reverse course to preserve it. Even with all that is being called wrong about this country, it is still the place to where foreigners and aliens risk their lives to come. What we teach our students is vitally important for an ordered civil society. American values that direct people towards service and away from selfishness, towards kindness and away from violence, towards respect and away from ruin. We should reject these proposed standards that try to reinforce the idea that we can address discrimination of any kind by creating protected identity classes. This only serves to divide us and our students. It is un-American. Let's find and develop standards that help future generations of children see the grandeur and glory that is America. Thank you.
Our next speaker is George Potts.
Hello, my name is George Potts, and I'm an humble U.S. Navy veteran corpsman, and I'm a second-generation post-Jim Crow, and I grew up in a minority-majority high school, 71st High School, Fayetteville, North Carolina, and I've been in a military community my entire life, including serving, and I'm out now for medical reasons, helping others. And I have learned, and I knew right away, to judge from the inside, not the outside, to love thy neighbor as thyself, as well as that we are all made male and female in God's image. In fact, we are all shades of brown. Next, I ask and encourage you all to only pass curriculum which will positively help students and not compromise our U.S. history, both bad and good, as any other country, by teaching grace relations training, and help with such can be found at answersingenesis.org, answersingenesis.org. Moreover, it does not violate separation of church and state because it is not a state religion. However, the practices are solid. Next, and for the record, do not pass any race content, CRT, or hate-mongering coursework. This is of the Antichrist, and one is hell-bound for teaching such. Nonetheless, if you want proof, go to 1 Corinthians 6, 9, and 10, and you will see for yourself. Next, I respect you all as teachers and administrators, and you all have earned your positions. Moreover, I want you all to succeed as a team and to have winning principles which can never be crushed. After all, we are one team, one fight, and we need each other. Stay positive, call any time for motivation, and I mean this. Be well, take care, thank you very much. Bye now.
Our next call to the audience is Marcus James Abraham.
My name is Marcus Abraham. Instead of rescheduling the meeting to be face-to-face with the people of Wilmington, so you can not only hear their frustrations and concerns, but also see their frustrations and concerns, you take the cowardly approach and have the people just leave you a message while you all sit around the speaker and hopefully listen. How do you expect people to have hope and faith in you all, and you can't even look them in the eyes while they explain their concerns and issues with New Hanover County school system? We have 7 core values in the Army: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. I've only been to one school board meeting, the previous shit show that we had, and I can confidently tell that you all lack these values, which means there is also no leadership within the ranks. You all focus more on your positions and seats than you do the school system.
That language is out of order. We're going to have to cut that message. Thank you.
Our next call to the audience is Aaron Coogan.
My name is Erin Cogan. I'm of the opinion that New Hanover County schools should keep personal, political, religious, and medical beliefs out of the schools. When you push your political agenda onto our kids, this itself is a form of harassment, intimidation, and bullying for those who have differing political or religious values. Students are encouraged to talk to a trusted teacher or counselor when they feel intimidated by another student. I fear that students who feel intimidated by these extremely biased messages in the new social studies standards would not feel comfortable speaking up about a person who has authority over them. The role of our schools is to provide education. Reading, writing, math, science, historical facts certainly make the list. However, the mechanism New Hanover County schools want to implement is only creating division, not unity. At a time like this, when test scores are plummeting, I would think academics should take center stage, not politics. Another thing I would like to address is the forced masking of our children and teachers. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration issued an emergency use authorization for non-surgical face masks to be worn by the general public. The law that governs the granting of EUAs is the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. 21 U.S. Code, subsection 360-BBB-3-authorization for medical products in use in emergencies. The law specifically states that individuals to whom the product, in this case non-surgical face mask, is administered are informed of the option to accept or refuse administration of the product. The bottom line is, mandating emergency use authorization products violates state and federal laws. The Nuremberg Code applies. My body, my choice. My children, my choice. I know of parents, teachers, doctors, nurse practitioners who feel the same, but they won't speak up for fear of retribution. Do the right thing, board.
Our next call to the audience will be Ben Howell.
Howell. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, first I have to say how disappointed I am that you could not control the board meeting last Tuesday. To silence voices then and now require them to be recorded here subverts the power of public speaking for those individuals. Frankly, I'm disgusted. Second, I have done independent due diligence with respect to masking and policymaking when it comes to your role in the education of my two children in the Hanover County schools. The masking information that I compiled was put into a letter that I sent all 7 of you before the last meeting, of which only 2 of you gave me a response. Thank you, Mr. Boyer and Mr. McMahon. Mr. Boyer's response told me that you, as a board, must follow the governor's executive orders. Well, my research has shown me that you have to do no such thing. Executive order is not law. It is a proclamation from the governor to government agencies and has no authority on actual citizens. Hear me again, no authority over citizens. While we as citizens are typically affected by executive orders, we do not have to be. Also, during my research, I found other interesting information. I found Policy Code 2120 in the policy manual for this board. For those listening that are unfamiliar, this is the code of ethics for the board members. I was interested to find that board members are expected to, quote, render all decisions based on the available facts and independent judgment, end quote, and that facts and arguments are to be, quote, considered fairly and without bias. So, if the board is intending on blindly following the governor's order, I can only assume it is for one of 2 reasons. Either you are neglecting your duties to find available facts due to laziness or bias, or you are neglecting your duties to independently judge based on the facts available and in my previous letter in order to hide behind the governor's order when the voters do not like the outcome. I know that previous statement is quite the jab, so please hear this if nothing else. I know each of you took an oath for your office and want only the best for our children and their education in the public schools. I do not envy you for having to make decisions on such an issue that has now devolved into a political wedge. I am now recording this to ask you to uphold your oath, to do what is right for our children, to maintain the code of ethics, to remove bias and to look at the facts, and to ultimately remove the mask from our children.
Next up, we have Kaylee Pear.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Pear. I am a middle school social studies teacher in New Hanover County. I just wanted to say that I am appalled, but honestly not surprised by the misinformation I've been hearing about the new social studies standards and the way we teach history. I'm a national board certified teacher in social studies. I have a master's in history. Teaching history is my passion. It's really what I believe I was meant to do. But I can't teach history, especially the history of this nation, without talking about race. When my students look around, they see race, whether I talk about it or not. They see their black peers disproportionately suspended, black folks incarcerated at 5 times the rate of white folks. They see segregated neighborhoods and schools all around them. Some anti-CRT folks have said that by teaching about race, we're going to create a victim mindset in students of color. I disagree. We have to teach our students about the systems that created the conditions I just described. If I don't teach about the history of race in our nation, I'm leaving students to assume that the disparities in our system are a result of some people, white people, working harder or being better than others, and that's not true. The reality is that America is built on a system intentionally designed to keep black folks down so that the white working class won't realize they're also being robbed by the wealthy. When I talk about these hard truths, I don't feel bad about my whiteness. I feel more connected to my fellow citizens. I understand why my white ancestors acted the way they did, and I understand how I can do better. So just please listen to teachers, listen to those of us who know history and know how to teach it.
Next, we have Dorian Cromartie.
Hello, my name is Dorian Cromartie. I would like just to take a moment of your time to speak on some things that I was going to speak on at the last meeting, and I would just like to say that I would like to see the board do more to unify the community, to make better outcomes for our children, to make sure that all children get the same opportunity, to make sure that equity is in all of our schools across the county, to make more information available to parents and teachers and administrators, to make sure that everyone has a clear understanding of what's going on in our community, to also remember that policy does not supersede the laws of the United States of America. And I think that, we as a community as a whole should do more to listen to each other and come to a common ground on issues to work together for better solutions for our kids, because this is about the children of New Hanover County and their future. So a lot is at stake here, and we don't have a lot of time to make changes, and we can't waste that time fighting with each other. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. Bye.
Yeah, I believe that is our final call to the audience. I'd like to thank everyone that called in and left a message. Due to the technical difficulties at the beginning of call to the audience, my statements at the beginning and our first two callers were not heard on our YouTube stream. So I'm going to go ahead and say my statements again, and then we will listen to those first two callers as well to make sure that they are heard. I'm saying a few words about last Tuesday. First, I wanted to thank the new Hanover County Sheriff's Department. We appreciate your partnership and support. We recognize your dedication to excellence in law enforcement, and we are grateful for your commitment to the safety of New Hanover County students, staff, and our community as a whole. And we thank you for your support, especially last week. We have an incredibly passionate community, which is a good thing. However, passion cannot disrupt governmental processes. Citizens absolutely have the right to speak to the board, and we want to hear from you. However, we will not allow disruptions to prevent the board from conducting business. Moving forward, behaviors demonstrated on July 13th will not be tolerated. If meeting attendees choose to engage in disruptive behaviors, they will be removed per North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.17. To progress as a district, we must strive to keep conversations focused on the well-being and academic achievement of our students. We appreciate your engagement, and we welcome respectful and productive dialogue. Okay, we could play callers 1 and 2, please, again.
So our first call to the audience was by Barbara Anderson.
Greetings, school board members. This is Barbara Anderson. First, I wish to thank you for posting your reopening plans for the upcoming school year. We all agree that in-person learning is best practice, but we want the reopening to be done safely. Until children under 12 can be vaccinated, I am asking that you continue mask wearing and social distancing as stated by the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm also asking that you provide remote learning option for this age group as well. Be proactive, not reactive. I am also asking that Policy 5120 and Policy 5020 be pulled from first reading tonight and sent back to the Policy Committee for greater clarification. Even though language was changed prior to the last board meeting regarding parental notification, this policy is still unclear as to what happens and to which age groups it addresses. For instance, where the policy says taken into custody, does this mean the student was arrested? Are they restrained with handcuffs, even elementary students? Are students provided Miranda rights? Do they even understand the rights when they're in elementary? Is a parent present when a student is arrested? Why is Policy 4340 and Policy 4341 not referenced in Policy 5120 with appropriate links? Thank you for the reference to the Memorandum of Understanding between the district and law enforcement, which is the Justice Partnership Agreement. However, it's not accessible to the public. It should be linked to the Policy 5120. In fact, all MOUs should be referenced in the appropriate policies that they align with and a link attached. I do not think these policies are ready for first reading. And until the sexual abuse cases are publicly resolved, there must be full transparency and clarification of all expectations and processes. Parents need to know. The public needs to know. It is our right to know. Thank you for your time.
Our second call to the audience was by Amanda Krug.
Hi, my name is Amanda Krug. I have 3 children currently enrolled in the NHCS. I am here to express my opposition to the mask mandates in public schools. It is likely the decision-making on future mandates will transition to the local level soon, as recommended by the new CDC guidelines, and the fact that Governor Cooper's mandate expires at the end of the month. As soon as this power is in your hands, I urge you to end the mask mandate immediately. Masks should be optional and up to the parents. Some of the many reasons children should not be forced to wear masks include that all teachers and staff have had the opportunity to be vaccinated and therefore are no longer at risk, that kids under 12 are less likely to get sick and less likely to spread COVID. Studies have shown the survival rate to be 99.995%. The vast majority of children who died of COVID had underlying serious illnesses. So the children are not at significant risk either. However, the risk of prolonged mask wearing include the Journal of the American Medical Association study found that CO2 levels found in children wearing masks were 3 times the safe limit. A study out of Singapore found similar results. Young children have trouble reading faces and learning unspoken behavior with masks on. A New York study found that after prolonged mask wearing, children experienced adverse effects including headaches, nausea, rashes, impaired cognition, and tissue breakdown. In fact, on several occasions, each of my children had similar experiences of headaches, many face rashes, fatigue, and vomiting. In fact, one child was not allowed to remove his mask, threw up at school, and was forced to put a new one on while he waited for me to pick him up. Masks are not protecting our children. They do not need protection from a virus they tolerate extremely well. Masks are not protecting teachers and staff. They also don't need to be protected because they have all had the opportunity to be vaccinated. So what purpose do the masks serve except to physically and emotionally harm our children? When the power is in your hands, do the right thing and make masks optional. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to all of our callers. That concludes this evening's call to the audience. Our next item on the agenda are the consensus items. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Is there a second? Is there a board member that's on Zoom?
Mr. Wildeboer, second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildeboer. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sorry, we're going to do roll call. Sorry, right. My apologies.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildeboer?
Yes.
All right, consensus items are approved. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is old business, and we will start with legal services. There are a few conversations to have here. I believe the first one, Ms. Craybill, if you would like to bring forward a conversation.
Ms. Craybill, you're muted.
We can't hear you, Ms. Craybill.
I know, but shouting at me doesn't make me get unmuted any faster, but thank you. All right, so let me get to, it's hard to move around this page here. All right, so sorry about that. So in, wait a minute, where, I thought we just did the okay, sorry.
We're under old business, legal
I see it, yes ma'am, sorry. All right, so I would, as part of legal services, in accordance with policy 2610, board attorney, I would like to make a motion to retain attorney Frederick Sharpless to advise the board regarding its insurance coverage.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion?
Yes, we need the information that he can provide us with, and he is somebody we're bringing in to do that that's an expert. And so I think it's very needed considering the importance of what it is that we need to be informed about from somebody from the outside.
All right, thank you, Ms. Justice. Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie, if you could please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildeboer?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0. The next item for legal services is to discuss and review the legal services contract provided by Tharrington Smith, and I would like to open the floor to whoever would like to start that dialogue.
I would like to start that dialogue.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Justice.
Okay, Tharrington Smith is currently under contract to us. I was part of the board last spring when they were brought on board. At the time it seems like it's like one emergency after another. At the time we were still, if you want to say, reeling from all the events that had gone on that had led up to our in-house attorney, Mr. Bullard, leaving. We had an interim superintendent, Dale Burns, who suggested we go with Tharrington Smith only because of the circumstances, because at that time we needed somebody. And he was familiar with the attorney that he suggested because he'd worked with her in another district. Now, that contract was for 30-day, well, it was from month to month, and it was a 30-day notice if we wanted to change it. We never have had a conversation about what type of legal representation we want since Mr. Bullard resigned. And this was an issue to me even before when Mr. Bullard was our in-house attorney, because the vast majority literally across the nation of school districts don't have in-house attorneys. They hire as needed basis. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but one of the main reasons related from different school board associations and even superintendent associations is the fact it raises conflict of interest often. Sometimes people complain about the cost involved. It goes in either direction. If you have an in-house attorney, often there's a lot of costs like benefits and things like that that make in the long run it not that cost saving. Now, the situation to me that's the most crucial, by the way, in the state too, like 70% of the school boards in the state don't have in-house attorneys. And that's basically what Tharrington Smith has become over the last year. The main concern to me is the fact that Tharrington is also representing the insurance company that is having legal relationships. They're actually working for the insurance company in our current lawsuit against a group of claimants. And so they have that concern. Of course, they're going to try to save the insurance company money. That's a given. But on the other hand, our main role as a board for this district is to represent our students and our schools, not an insurance company. And to me, that is a conflict because we've already discovered that, and this is one of the reasons we just hired this other attorney, there are things that we have difficulty making decisions on because of the various legal advices that we're getting. And when we're getting it from the Tharrington representative, and I'm not saying that there's anything underhanded about it, but this is a business situation. I'm not sure that I feel that it is free of a certain amount of conflict of interest. I don't know what else to say. And it would be a good idea if we could bring somebody in, if possibly even locally. We haven't done any searches for any other representation. As I said, if the majority of the school districts in this country and in the state don't do that, out of advice from very wise people, and we're in this situation where we've got Tharrington working for both the insurance company and us, I just see this discussion needs to happen. So that's why I'm starting off the discussion. Anybody else would like to put in how they feel, go right ahead, but that's how I'm starting off the discussion.
Madam Chair, Mr. Bullard.
Yes, go ahead.
So I think it's important to clarify a few things. First of all, Ms. Stagner or Tharrington Smith is not our in-house attorney. They are contracted to serve the district. So that's not the same situation as our previous attorney was in. They are not an in-house attorney. That's correct, isn't it?
Similar, very similar. Not much difference.
There is much.
One is contracted and employed by New Hanover County Schools.
All right, Ms. Craven. Oh, sorry,
yes,
Mr. Bullard, are you still?
I'm sorry.
Do you have something?
No, that was one point of clarification that I really wanted to make. The other is that the Board of Education of New Hanover County is the responsible party, as I understand it, for settling all legal disputes, civil, criminal. The Board of Education is party to a lawsuit, is responsible for making determinations as to what is in its own best interest. So I'm not really sure how an attorney's advice, we can take the advice, we can give the advice, but that's my understanding, so I just really don't see a conflict. And I did want to point out once again that Ms. Darrington Smith, no lawyer from that firm, is serving as in-house counsel to New Hanover County Schools. They are contracted.
Ms. Craybill.
Yes, I'd like to just reiterate that fact that Darrington Smith is not our in-house counsel. They are who we retain on contract. And I also want to just clarify my understanding that Ms. Stagner is not representing us. She's not representing us in the insurance coverage. That she is named as the liaison between the insurance company and us, the Board of Education. So that the insurance company asked her to be liaison to make sure we get back accurate information. Thus, the reason that I made the motion to hire a separate counsel to advise us on our insurance, how we play that out going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that that the public knew that, and if I am mistaken, then somebody please, other than Ms. Justice, correct me. Maybe Mr. Shive can chime in and let us know if I have represented that correctly. And before he jumps in, I would like to also just say that I don't think that switching insurance companies at this juncture in what is going on would be prudent for our organization. If we were to change their contract right now, we wouldn't even have time to pull together an RFP to find somebody new within 30 days. So I'm just worried about the whole discussion of changing our legal counsel. So, but I would like to hear from Mr. Shive about the statement that I made to make sure that I'm right. And if I'm not right, I will stand corrected.
All right, I would like to introduce Colin Shive from Darrington Smith.
Thank you. So just to kind of explain a little bit, representation of the various parties, Ms. Stagner and my firm have been retained by the insurance company to represent the insurance company and the Board of Education in the pending litigation. And that type of arrangement in which we are also providing the Board of Education advice on an ongoing basis is very common and occurs regularly by any type of municipal or Board of Education attorney around the state. In the event of a coverage dispute, insurance coverage dispute, in that type of situation, outside counsel would need to come in to advise the board and represent the board with respect to that coverage dispute. That does happen occasionally. It's happened sometimes in other cases that I've been involved in. And every time that has happened, then an outside firm was hired to come in and represent the board with respect to that coverage dispute. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. So
if I could,
Mr. Wildebohr?
If I could jump in. Yes, thank you. I was trying to get a word in edgewise. My concern, I'll be honest, and I shared this with several people, including Ms. Stagner. We had asked her to bring important information to us at the last policy meeting that I actually chaired. When I asked that question, whether that was ready for us, she had a month to prepare it. I was told no, unfortunately, or that very important information actually impacted a vote later that day. I did express my concerns to Ms. Stagner. She responded that she could have a paralegal prepare that inside of a week for us. So I don't know why it wasn't done. She said she was busy. But that's concerning to me that we don't have an attorney that we can all count on to get important information. I think that it was extremely important information. So,
all right. Okay, Ms. Walker?
Thank you. I just want to be clear from the outset that this is not personal. Our policy 26 says that we have to evaluate every year, and this is what we're doing. I want to agree with a lot of what some of the members have said regarding, having to, it's a perceived conflict. Even if it isn't a legal conflict, it feels like it is because we can't get all the advice that we really need from this current attorney, and it is not personal. So I just want to say that. But I also want to add that, a lot of the advice that we need is procedural, and I feel like we have not been getting the best procedural advice. I know I haven't felt that sometimes the decisions are clear, or that me as a board member has gotten the advice as much as maybe leadership has gotten. And I really think we do need to look at costs. I think we need to look at what we can do maybe with an attorney that's closer, but I also I feel like having the attorney around all the time, it feels like an in-house attorney. So I'm trying to use my words carefully here. Even though we are not, it's not like a Wayne Bullard in-house attorney. The attorney's around all the time, and I feel like we're over-relying on it, and it kind of conflicts with our governance role. At least I feel that way about it. And it doesn't mean we have to get rid of Ms. Tharrington in the next 30 days, but it is important, I think, that we as a board, maybe in a work session, have a greater discussion on this. So,
Thank you. I would like to bring forward an option that for us to consider. I've actually been very pleased with the services that Tharrington Smith has provided, both Ms. Stagner, Mr. Shive, and all of the other attorneys that have been working on our behalf in Raleigh on a multitude of issues. And so I have been very pleased with their services and very grateful for the services that they have provided. That being said, to Ms. Justice's point and to Ms. Walker's point, it is good to review, and I ask that we put forth an RFP to see what we get back. I don't believe that we should be canceling any contracts right now, but I'd be interested to see what other options are out there. There is nothing wrong with learning about who would be interested in working with us. Tharrington Smith is one of the top 3 firms in North Carolina, and so maybe there are other options, maybe there aren't. But if we were to, as a board, decide to put out an RFP to see what our options are, I think that may be a good compromise for some of the conversations we're having. How do you feel about that?
Well, Ms. Justice speaking here.
Yes.
That's beginning, but there is more than just a large firm that we can contract with. Other districts do it, and there's multiple ways. We do need to research what would be the best way to do it. The contract with Tharrington Smith is for 30 days. It doesn't mean we have to do it this month, but we could start. I sort of get tired of committees, but we need to figure out some way to find out what our options are. Look at other districts, how they do it and how it works effectively. I would like to see more people locally being engaged. We have an attorney already on site in a sense with our Title IX director, Jarrell and Lewis, and he could maybe be part of while we're searching and how to do this. We need attorneys that can specialize in things like EC, but we could contract with that. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do it, and other districts do. So this is a good beginning. But this going with these large firms, it's almost like a monopoly on the legal system here when things get done. And we're supposed to be representing the kids, and it's almost like the law is more focused on these large. Now, this is my opinion. On these situations than actually the students and the school district itself. But that's what they're supposed to do. They're businesses. They have, that's why they're successful. But I think we need to have an opportunity to have more understanding what our options are. If it isn't a large firm that we want to go with, look at other large firms too. But just, at this point, we need to explore it. And that's what I have to say at this point.
Mr. McManus.
Madam Chair, I think I've said this a couple of meetings back. Well, let me ask a question first, if I may. Is the attorney at liberty to let us know when mediation begins? Is that a fair question or is it not?
Mr. Shive?
Yeah, so I'm actually not involved in that case, and I don't want to divulge anything without having spoken with Ms. Stagner or the other attorneys in our firm who are working on it, and frankly, my knowledge of it is quite limited.
Okay. As I've repeated once, and I think it's very important, if we want to look we want to venture, we want to see who might be interested. That's all okay. That's all fair competitiveness. But we are in the midst, and it sounds like very close to resolve. And I don't think this is the time to change attorneys. I think Judy said it, doesn't have to happen now. So if that's something that needs to be discussed, I have no problem with it being discussed at all. But I don't think this moment, and probably for the next few months, that we need to look at a new attorney. That would delay, I would think, and create all types of legal issues in the midst of changing when right now we've been waiting so long.
So, Mr. McManus, are you saying you would not be interested in doing an RFP at this time, even though there's no timeline on it?
That's fine. I'm interested in that. All of that is okay, but I have a feeling that we want to do this immediately, and I don't think that this is.
Oh, no. That's not a suggestion.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And the mediation's supposed to start pretty quick. I mean, we've got all that information. In
All
fact,
right, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about legal services. Let's keep our conversation to the legal services that we are to be discussing. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say that I do like the idea of doing an RFP, not now, and I agree with Mr. McManus that, you know, obviously this is not the perfect time, but it is something we should definitely do in the next, you know, few months.
Okay. Sounds good then.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Bullier.
Yeah, I have absolutely no problem with doing an RFP, but I do think, I think given where we are, I would prefer waiting until, I don't know, October 1st.
Okay.
That's the start of the fourth quarter. I just don't see a reason to rush into doing an RFP. So I agree with what Mr.
All right. Well, on that note, we will move along to our next item. Oh, yes, Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I just wanted to toss in there that I don't think that this needs to be a committee, an ad hoc committee or anything like that. And I also want to make sure that anybody who's making decisions about what lawyers we use have not had any prior experience with these law firms, either in a working capacity or actually not even a working capacity, in a defense or in a defense capacity.
I would like to go ahead and be recognized also.
Yes, Ms. Justice.
Okay. I'm not sure why the October date was put out there, and I'm not sure why one case should dictate our whole legal, that's the problem. This is what I'm saying. It's a conflict almost. Our whole legal responsibility. We have so many things going on in the district. So I would like to move ahead, not rapidly, but get started now. Dr. Faust, this would be his advice also, because he's the expert in many things that from his past experience, and one of the reasons we hired him, and possibly he could come in and help us put this together. I believe it was part of his group that helped us come together with this other attorney recently. So these are the kinds of things we need to start doing as soon as possible, because it will take some time. I don't want to put it off until October. That's just, and I hate to say this, but we really do kick things down the road, kick the can down the road way too often.
Well, in the spirit of not kicking things down the road, I'll make a motion to start the RFP process regarding legal services. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Justice. Any other discussion? Yes, Ms. Craybill.
Starting the process, does that mean that if we get bids, we have to take them?
I am not familiar with it that closely, but we will begin the process with guidance from our superintendent and senior staff. But just to get the ball rolling, I don't believe there's a timeline necessarily that we have to adhere to as far as selection. This will just give us the opportunity to start collecting options and start reviewing options.
So would the RFP go out to Tharrington Smith again so that they have the opportunity to rebid on our work?
It's my understanding that any law firm attorney that would be interested in submitting would have that opportunity. Is that correct, Mr. Shive?
You can scope the RFP however you like, and so you've got some discretion in how you do that. if you are interested in in-house counsel, you can specify you're interested in in-house counsel. If you're not, you can state that you want to work with a law firm. You can state that you want to work with firms within a particular geographical area. And you can also put different kinds of timelines on it. You can put it out for 60 days or however long. So not hard and fast rules about how you do that. There are some resources that you could look to as sample RFPs. You can reach out to the North Carolina School Boards Association for some assistance with that as well.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just for clarification, are we having a committee? Because I think if we decide to do that, anybody who serves on that needs to disclose whether or not they've had any prior interaction outside of the Board of Education and their role as a member with Farrington Smith. I think that would be important.
Due to the fact that this is providing legal services for the board, my expectation would be that we would all serve on it. And so this may be a work session conversation moving forward. I think all of our voices need to be part of this conversation, as well as our superintendent's voice.
I agree.
I would concur.
Okay.
I agree also.
All right, great. Well, if there's no more discussion, Ms. Bowie, if you could call the roll, please.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
All right, motion passes 7-0 that we will begin the RFP process for legal services. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent evaluation tool. We have gone back and forth in this as a board. A few months ago, we made the decision to adopt the state superintendent evaluation tool. Training, unfortunately, did not go the direction that we needed it to, and we will be utilizing the superintendent evaluation tool for 21-22, but in order to properly evaluate Dr. Faust for this first year, the discussion has come up to utilize our old tool, and so this just simply is a motion to approve the former tool for this first year. Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the old superintendent's performance evaluation tool.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I will second,
Ms.
Mr.
Justice?
Boyer.
Thank you, Ms. Justice, I think, said it first. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
No, yes, I was
sorry.
muted. I was
Ms.
muted.
Grable, yes.
I can't see myself. Yes, so I read through that was posted in Assembly, the evaluation tool that we were supposed to use. And there were four of us that were around when this tool was used last. So I think we need to have some training on that. And then I started looking at our board policies. And right now we have not reviewed and adopted the North Carolina State School Boards Association Policy 7420, which speaks directly to the superintendent's evaluation. So we are being held to the old policy of 1402, 2020, and 6110. Is that your understanding with making this motion?
Please explain those.
Pardon me?
Would you please?
Yes, hold on a second.
Explain what you are, those are a bunch of numbers. We need to understand what you're referring to.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back to my notes. Oh, so policy 1402 is relations with the Board of Education and the superintendent. Policy 2020 is the superintendent of schools, and policy 6110 is employment status. So, the new policy would be 7420, but we have not had a chance as a policy committee to review that. So I'm just wondering which policy we are going to be following, and are we going to get training on how to use this old tool? It's not old to three of you, but it is new and old to four of us. And I just want to make sure that we are clear on what the intent of this is. And I was reading through it. I want to make sure that we have the actual correct goals and things to hold him accountable to.
With our training on August, that is scheduled for August 6th with Mr. Tom Benton from the North Carolina School Boards Association about the superintendent evaluation, there is going to be a portion that is dedicated to the former tool, as well as the full training for the updated, for the state tool.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Something about policy?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I would like to bring up, she just told us about the policies. We haven't got to the 7,000 series yet, and so we will be looking at that, and that's the application that you're concerned about in the future. But obviously, and I'm not going to go into investigate it right off the top of my head, but if these other policies, 1402, 2020, 6110, were in place when they were using the other evaluation tool, then they would, and if they're still there, then they would still be applicable to what it is that we are currently going to be using as an evaluation tool. That's what I wanted to say.
No, and I understand that, Ms. Justice. I just wanted to make sure that for folks who don't go back and look at the policy and the correlation table on a regular basis, like the policy committee does every month, I was just looking in the correlation table, and that's how I found those. So I'm just using documents that we already have at our disposal to make sure that we know as board members where we can go to find out more information on our own. That's my only point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Bowie, if you could please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
motion passes 7-0. Thank you
Yes.
very much. The next item on our agenda is the 2021-22 school year protocols. I would like to welcome Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, Ms. Julie Barnum, to the microphone, please.
Good evening, Chairperson Adams, members of the board, Dr. Faust, and community. I wanted to give you an update on where we are at this time. Public school units remain under the Governor's Executive Order 220 and the North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit dated July 9th of 2021. Currently, those the order and the toolkit require physical distancing protocols to minimize exposure, and that mainly is concerned with marking and reminding students to keep distancing. Cloth face coverings, and that's consistent use of face coverings for all students, staff, and visitors, and that's over age 5 unless there is an exception. The next is protecting vulnerable populations, those who are at higher risk or could become severely ill if exposed to COVID-19. In addition, coping and resilience, cleaning and hygiene, continued monitoring for symptoms, and that would be ongoing self-monitoring for symptoms, and then monitoring any diagnoses or timelines for quarantine. The next is handling suspected, presumptive, or confirmed cases, and that includes maintaining an isolation area within the schools. Communication and combating misinformation, so providing all of the updated information as we receive it. And then maintaining consistent use of face covering, physical distancing, and cleaning and hygiene protocols for transportation. While we anticipate updates to the toolkit, we have not at this time been provided a preview of any changes to be made based on updated guidance from the CDC.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before you go anywhere, let me just turn this over. Are there any board members that have any questions or points of clarification?
Stephanie does whenever it's my turn.
Yes, Ms. Craybill.
So am I correct in understanding that we are staying with the executive order at this point in time up until we hear more on July 31st?
Yes, either on or before that date.
Okay, and then do we have, we heard in several calls to the audiences, and we've seen emails and press releases that other districts feel like they do not have to follow the governor's executive order. Are we allowed to do that, or are we allowed to do that, for one? And if so, where does that put us, in the dangling participle category?
In conversation with our local public health department and in the language of the toolkit and the governor's order, I do not see any room for amending our obligation. I don't know if we want a response from legal.
I would agree with Ms. Barnum's interpretation. I would not recommend going against those guidance documents.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or points of clarification? All right.
So are we allowed, if we are given any latitude, to have different policies or different procedures for our elementary school students and our 6 through 12 students?
At this time, there's no differentiation in the preventive measures or precautions based on elementary versus secondary students.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. Anyone else?
I just had one last question. Are we, the district's going to be putting out pretty regular updates for the community, just so they know what's happening? Because I know we get a lot of emails, but of course we don't always know what you know, because you're the expert. So is there like a dashboard or something that where there's regular updates for what the protocols are?
Yes, so we do have this information on our webpage, and I believe our Mr. Smith, our Chief Communications Officer, sent information toward the end of last week. So we will keep watch on any updates. While we don't usually get a heads up that there will be any, we actually anticipate a change coming sometime soon. So we'll make sure we get that out as soon as it's available.
Thank you. The community would be very appreciative.
Thank you.
And thank you, as always, Ms. Barnum, on all your work,
Absolutely.
keeping us up to date and in compliance. All right. Moving along, next item on our agenda is the renaming of Laney High School Stadium. As you know, we pulled a name off of the stadium a few months ago in a vote and went to the public to share their thoughts. And we are, based on policy 5400, our role is to select the next name for the Laney High School Stadium. So I will open the floor for discussion.
If I could start with this one, please. Madam Chairman, Pete Wildebohr. I've said the same thing several times, and I think it's very important that if we do reach out to the public and ask them their opinion, we need to at least listen very intently to that opinion. In this case, my rough math, looking at all the responses, gave me a 52% response rate that named one person. And then I know one of the other big names that we had all thought about received about 12%. So I think it's really, really important that if we ask the question, we need to listen to the answer. The name that I saw at 52% was Mr. Coach Larry Toto. I know Mr. Toto. I know Coach Toto very well. I can't say anything but great things about Mr. Toto. So that's my 2 cents to begin this conversation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Craybill. I think you're on mute again.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to read again so that we all are. 400 says any new or renamed school will be named for geographic terms related to the area of the county served. New or renamed facilities may only be named for geographic terms or with words or terms that have significant meaning for a school. So I don't doubt that Mr. Toto has, his name has significant meaning to those who offered his name, but I am very hesitant to name a school after, or any of our facilities after a person. I would think that we would want to do a thorough background check of Mr. Toto and perhaps his school record. I don't know, what that looks like because I only met the man several times. He's very nice. I don't think we're calling that into question at all. But again, I am going to, it doesn't say no name, but it does say everything else around it. So in talking with people that are current people who at the school, even though they received a lesser amount of votes, Bucktown Stadium or Buccaneer Stadium or Laney Stadium seem to be more popular with the people who are currently there, and also a safer route to go, so that we don't have to really delve into Mr. Toto's background, which I'm sorry that it has sort of like come out to that, but it is nice to hear what our public has to say about that, but you know, we aren't obligated to name it what our public is suggesting if it's going counter to what we believe to be the intent of our policy.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
Yeah, I agree with what Ms. Grable was saying. Honestly, I think to say that Larry and Toto are two names with special meaning is a little bit disingenuous. I would actually just request that you waive policy 5400 and name it after a person. But the cool thing about working on behalf of New Hanover County Schools is that we all know as we sit up here, that incredible people grace each school every single day. They've done it for decades. I have every confidence that they'll do it for decades to come. And the problem I have with naming any stadium or any facility after an individual is that what happens next? We just honored Lady Wrestling, and we have a very young coach there winning state titles, and he does that for 30 years. And what happens when the facility we want to name after him is already named? So I definitely support Wall of Fames. I definitely support Halls of Honor. I think it's important to recognize each school's history, and there are exceptions. I think there are inevitable exceptions to naming a facility after a person, but by and large, in principle, I just really think it's important that we, look at Laney High School for all time, from its inception until it's no longer Laney High School. So that's kind of where I come out on this. And if we do this, I just prefer we waive policy 5400. I think that would be better.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Boyer. Ms. Walker?
Yes, ma'am. I do agree with Mr. Wildeboer on the fact that 52% of the vote went to a particular guy. I know that 5400 says that we should not be naming after people, but it does kind of leave it ambiguous towards the end. I am in agreement with Ms. Crable regarding, probably desire to name it after the school, but there's got to be a way to honor this gentleman, not necessarily maybe the stadium itself. I don't know if the field's available for a name, if we can compromise in that regard. I know that's not necessarily on the table right now, but I think it's worth the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Could I please say something here?
Yes, Ms. Justice.
Okay. I'm a unique individual sitting on this group. I actually worked with Larry Toto. I was there when he was football coach. I was there when it was the Buccaneer Stadium, and he's an amazing coach. He's done a great job by our students and for the community. I think that there is room for compromise. I like what Ms. Walker said. We do have the football field, and at this point, since it's a field, I don't think we should have to go through the 60 days if we were to consider naming the football field after him. And the facility itself, the Buccaneer Stadium, which it was when I was there, and which has probably been more the Buccaneer field, is probably half and half since the other name was added. And I know that a lot of local people up here feel very, I guess you could say, attached to that name. And so that was pretty much the second that came in anyway after, although it was only 12%, after Coach Toto. So if we could discuss and possibly decide to do that, maybe, not maybe, but name the football field itself after Coach Toto, and the stadium itself, the Buccaneer Stadium. And the reason for that is there's an awful lot of other things that go on in that stadium besides football. You got soccer, you got track, there's a lot of events that happen. So it's more of a neutral and something that people attach to that stadium and have already, and they did for the first, I guess it was 20 years before this happened.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do believe that renaming the field or naming the field tonight would violate policy, as we are supposed to put that out for 60 days.
Yeah, I agree with that. Would anyone, again, our role as board is to decide on facility names. So is there anyone that would like to make a motion for a name for the stadium? Yes, Ms. Craybill?
I would like to make a motion that we name the Laney High School Stadium, Bucktown Stadium.
All right, is there a second?
Second, Mr. Boyer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any other discussion?
Yes, when you looked at that survey, it was Buccaneer Stadium more than Bucktown, if you want to go to that. We do need to listen to the people. Bucktown's cool. I mean, we were talking about that when I was there. I mean, we called it all kinds of things, but the Buccaneer Stadium was the name of it. And I just don't think that Bucktown, as far as the amount of people that were voting on that, was the number one after Larry Toto. It was Buccaneer Stadium. If it's I guess you could say something attached to the building that wasn't a name after someone. So if we do Bucktown, that's still not satisfying what the people were asking for.
I agree with Ms. Justice. I think I prefer Buccaneer Stadium over Bucktown. So I will be voting against Bucktown, but would be open to a motion for Buccaneer Stadium.
Can I amend the motion?
Well,
would you like to amend the motion?
The motion that we have.
Hold on a sec. Well, can I amend the motion just to make it Buccaneer instead of Bucktown? Or
If it,
No, I don't want to amend the motion. I want to vote on my motion and then we can
amending,
move
not
to the
you.
next.
Ms. Walker could make a motion to amend the currently pending
Okay.
motion.
Yeah.
okay. Ms. Walker?
I
what would you-
second.
What would you like to amend?
I would like to amend the motion to not Bucktown, but Buccaneer, because that's the most votes that we got beyond Larry Toto.
So the amended motion on the table is to name the stadium Buccaneer Stadium. All right.
I second.
Any other discussion? Okay.
Well, we
so
ended up having a discussion first, but
So now you vote on the motion to amend.
Okay.
And you
so
can have
let's-
discussion around that.
All right. So any discussion, excuse me, any other discussion on the vote to amend? before we
Repeat
vote?
the motion,
Excuse
please.
me? This is the motion to amend Ms. Craybill's motion from Bucktown to Buccaneer Stadium. Not the name of the stadium yet. This is to amend the motion. All right. Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No,
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-1. So now the motion that is on the table is to name Laney Stadium Buccaneer Stadium. Ms. Bowie, or is there any other discussion before we vote?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Justice.
Go ahead, Ms.
Is
Justice.
there some way that we can amend that, the amendment we just made, to actually start the process of naming the football field Coach Larry Toto
I think that would be a
field
separate
in this
motion.
motion? Does that have to-
Order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Boyer. I think
Yes, I believe that would be a separate motion.
yes, that would be a separate motion. So let's continue with this motion. Mr. Wildebohr, did you have a comment?
I was gonna make that same, just what she said, what they said, so, thank you.
Okay.
You said what I was gonna say.
All right, Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll on the motion to name Laney Stadium Buccaneer Stadium?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
yes,
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe there was a next item. Was there a motion that wanted to come forward in regards to the
Yes.
field? All right,
Yes,
Ms.
I would like to go ahead and that we propose that we start the process of, well, first, I guess we have to vote if we do want to do it. Do we want to go ahead and start the process of naming the football field itself after Coach Larry Toto?
Madam Chair,
Again, point of order.
Yes, Mr. McManus and then Mr. Boyer.
I have my hand up several times. I probably didn't see me. I didn't know my hand was that small now. But anyhow, I have to say this as a principal with I knew Larry when he first came to New Hanover County. If there's a finer gentleman in our county with reflection of his relationship with students and parents and being a team player and always doing what is right, I don't know him, and I know a lot of great people. But Larry Toto deserves some type of recognition. I really believe he is that high on the peak, so I had to say it.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
And,
Mr. Bollier?
and if I could jump in, I'd like to have a second.
Hold on one second,
Ms.
Mr. Wildebohr. Let's let Mr. Bollier make his comment, and then we'll come
Okay.
back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, again, point of order, I believe that changing the name of the field constitutes a facility name, and I believe we should practice our policy and follow 5400 to the letter, which, and again, we're in the middle of a recessed meeting, so I'm not sure that you can add anything to the agenda without a 5-2 vote. So I don't know how we can add this to the agenda because it's not part of renaming Laney Stadium.
Let's vote.
Well, actually, let me get a point of clarification from Mr. Shive, because it is encased in the stadium, but can you clarify?
Well, your policy provides a very detailed prescriptive process for the renaming of a facility, which includes a field. And it states that if the superintendent or at least 2 board members approve of a proposal, then it shall be placed on the board's meeting agenda as an information item, and that thereafter, it can be placed on a board's meeting agenda for action no sooner than 60 days from the date it was published as an information item on the board's meeting agenda. So if the superintendent or at least 2 board members want to move forward with this proposal, then I think it can be placed on as an information item at the board's next meeting.
In August?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have at least 2 board members that would like to bring this forward at the August meeting?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Ms. Walker and Mr. Wildebohr. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Bowie, if you could just take note, this will be an item for information at the August meeting. All right, thank you very much, and congratulations, Laney High School to Buccaneer Stadium. Yes, Ms. Craybill?
So I just want to go back to the point on 5400 that Mr. Shive made, that our policy says that not only buildings, it refers to all facilities on the campus. So I would like for us to consider the fact that we would be waiving a policy again if we vote to name something within the school. That the school is certainly able to honor anybody that they want, we're not here to debate the wonderful attributes of Mr. Toto. You know, we are here to enforce our policy, and I say that at every meeting, that this is one of our only responsibilities. We don't have that many responsibilities, and it is to hire the superintendent, set and enforce policy, and adopt and oversee a budget. Those are our 3 primary things. And we continue to waive our policies at every single meeting, then, you know, why do we even have a policy committee, and what are we doing? So I just want us, we don't have to debate it tonight, but I just wanted to go on record to say that we really need to pay attention to our policies before we bring new things before the board and drag our community around as if we don't know what we're doing. So that is what, and again, this is not, like Ms. Walker had said before, this is not a personal issue about Mr. Toto. He is a fine man, and we have heard so many wonderful things about him.
Okay, thank you. We are going to move on to our next item, and we will address that at the August meeting. Next item on the agenda is Board Policy 2330, Board Meetings. So I'm actually going to ask Mr. Bollier if you would like to guide this discussion based on the fact that you're a part of the ad hoc committee, but you're also the policy committee chair. If you wouldn't mind starting this discussion regarding the review of what was brought forth to the policy committee.
Sure, Madam Chair, Ms. Justice was the chair of that committee. I'm happy to start the discussion, but I think it'd be appropriate to bring her in after that. I think back in February or March, we talked about how to streamline our meeting process and to make our meetings run more efficiently, run smoothly. And to that end, we created a board ad hoc committee to address the agenda. And Ms. Justice brought some items forward. The policy committee sort of looked at the suggestions and made a motion, or we passed in our policy committee meeting on July 13th some changes to how we do business. And I'll let Ms. Justice discuss that, and then I'll let Ms. Craybill discuss the policy committee changes, because she was really the driving force behind a lot of that.
All right, Ms. Justice, any comments about the ad hoc recommendations?
Absolutely. We brought forth a pretty detailed plan to change the meeting situation we have now. And I have looked, and I don't have it, I've had several things sent to me. The only, and Ms. Craybill will speak on that, the only thing that they changed was basically having a work session during our regular meetings from the old policy. This is asking for a change in policy. This is why we had this meeting. If you look at what our recommendations were, and I can read it again, this is probably the third or fourth time I've read it, we're asking to have 2 meetings a month. Currently we have an interim, and we would have the expectations that we would have the interim unless it shows that we don't need to have one. So that would be the 2 meetings a month. Okay, now, all right. A work session from 4 to 5. That was mentioned, I believe, in the update on the policy. As I said, for all I saw, that was the only change. And then we would have a closed session from 5 to 6. And that a lot of that has to do with the fact that we've got personnel issues, often legal things that we have to take care of. And then our formal meeting was to start following at 6 p.m. Now, here's a sample of the proposed agenda structure under the recommendations. We were having first for the work session, call to order, then a roll call. Now, here's one thing that I believe that had been added by when we had this discussion before it went to policy, that then we were going to have an approval of the agenda of the work session. And then we were going to do the Head Start report. They wanted to leave the Head Start report in the way it is now, in the second part, or not the second part, the way it was regularly set up during our meetings now. We're trying to streamline this. This is why it's good to have this work session agenda or structure. Then we'd have things like information, budget, new programs, facilities. This is a lot of work that we can get done, starting at 4, getting it done, and the public's more than invited to watch via Facebook hookup, or I think it's YouTube, or whatever that format is, or they can come and they can sit there and watch us while we're doing it. Then we'd have things like the committee reports. Often the public doesn't want to, or we too, we don't want to be there until 8 or 9 at night continuing this process on. Let this get done between the 4 and 5 work session. And then any correspondence might occur, then the closed session. Now, the agenda we were calling for the regular session was the call to order, invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, national anthem, and the posting of the colors, and approval of the agenda. So I said, this is not the first time I have gone over this. Approval of the minutes, and then our recognition section, call to the audience. And according to state law, we only have to have call to the audience at 1 meeting, and we could talk more about that. You only have to do it once a month. If you would like to do it twice a month during the interim too, or just that is something we could discuss. And these are the things I thought they were going to be discussing during policy. I did not go back and look at that video to see how they did it, but it seems to have really veered off of what the suggestions of the ad hoc committee were. Then we'd have the consent items, the old business, those would be action items, new business, sometimes that turns into action items. The superintendent's report, board chairperson's report, board members report, announcements, and adjournment. And the goal would be, if we start at 4, get this done, do it through this process, we can get out of there by 8 or 9, hopefully, the way that it was actually suggested by, I think it was the gentleman from that came in on our training and said he had been a school board member, and some of his more effective suggestions. Plus, not just me, other people on the ad hoc committee researched across the state about how other school districts did it. And this is closer to the ones that are, I would say, the public and school boards themselves are happiest with, because they start early to get the work done, the stuff that's the meat and potatoes later after, our closed session. So is there anybody that once more has any questions about what I just proposed?
So,
Yes, Ms. Grable, go ahead and you can tell it to us from the policy perspective.
I wanted to just clarify some of the points that Ms. Justice made. So what we're looking at on the screen right now, where it says the work session starts from 4 to 5 p.m., we did take that to the board policy committee, and we did discuss it. And we talked at that point, and we did get, it is recorded in the minutes, and I have a copy that I'm sitting here looking at right now, that the policy committee wanted to move the work session from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and just move everything back 1 hour. And we also talked at length about 2 meetings a month would be fine, but we didn't want to mandate it because we already have set aside in our policy on board meetings that if we were to have an interim meeting, it would already be set for the third Tuesday of the month at the same time. So we did talk about that. We brought that back to the board, the entire board. We talked about it again, and it was sent back to policy again. So then we talked about it at the last policy meeting, and it was a 3-0 vote. Nelson, Pete, and I voted to not do any of those changes, that to just add a work session. And that is one of the other attachments that we have to look at. If you could bring that up. Is that just to add a work session in front of all of our meetings so that we could have a chance to discuss things openly. And we also talked extensively about not having anything in a work session, that we would not be voting on anything we talked about in a work session until the following meeting. So if we had a work session at the regular board meeting on the first Tuesday, we would talk about it, we'd ask our questions, we'd have another 2 weeks to do research and talk with Dr. Faust and his team about how this was gonna work. And then if we then needed to make a motion, then it would be done at the following meeting. And the same process would happen if the work session was at interim, we would do it in the following time. We didn't talk about this at our meeting, but I would like to call the attention to the board that Head Start, we are the board for Head Start. So we need to be having our board meeting, the Head Start board meeting in a regular board meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that's why we had that in there. So that's what we talked about. And what we also talked about was there are ways to streamline our meetings without having to change the agenda all the way around. We can make motions up front so that everybody knows about it, so we're not making surprise motions. We can do voting online with Assembly, which I'll talk to you about later. We can really streamline our agenda review process so that we are putting agenda items on our agenda that match with our strategic plan. There are all kinds of administrative ways that we can make our meeting more efficient without having to move things around. So that is what we talked about at our last board meeting, and that will be reflective in the policy committee notes when we get back together in August. But you can review all of that on the YouTube channel.
So this is
Madam Chair.
Yes, who is speaking?
Mr. Boyer.
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of some of that, we really looked extensively at the recommendations from the ad hoc committee, talked about them, and also tried to incorporate the purpose, your purpose behind coming up with this committee, which my understanding, and I think the understanding of the policy committee, although I won't speak for them, was we wanted to make our meetings more efficient. We can't have 6-7 hour meetings. And we felt that this was the best way to accomplish that directive. I think the ad hoc committee came up with a lot of great suggestions. It just didn't seem to meet your directive. It seemed to just sort of move pieces around. And so, in that committee, in the policy committee, we looked at both the recommendations, the directive, and came up with the idea of adding that work session. So, and I do thank Mr. Wildemore, certainly thank Ms. Kringle, and all of our administration for their recommendations.
All right, well, thank you very much for all the work that went into these recommendations. So is the motion to move this to a first reading? Since this is policy's recommendation?
To have a first reading. It's already a committee, so we can vote on it right now. That's what my impression is. So maybe.
would someone like to make a motion to approve the updated policy 2330?
I make a motion.
I move to approve.
All right, thank you, Mr. Boyer. Is there a second?
Stephanie Craybill, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Justice.
Okay, the whole purpose of the ad hoc committee was to make it more efficient. They did a good job. They had very similar to what our present policy is, but it was more detailed and broke down in ways that made it more effective according to other districts across the state and that kind of information. We're sticking by what we already have, and I would like to see it less. I would like to go forward and do something more effective. And I think just by adding a work session, an extra half an hour, that is not necessarily going to change a whole lot unless we know for sure that we are definitely going to be meeting two times a month. And it looks like we will be from some of the things I'm already seeing. And you want to leave it to term interim. I don't necessarily think that, that's such a good idea, but that's okay if we need to call it off because suddenly we don't need to have work done, which to me will never happen. But 4 o'clock is a very good idea. The Head Start, that first part of the meeting, the work session that we defined it as the word work session, whatever these terms are being used, that's still part of the meeting. That's Head Start's, we're meeting as a board. So I'm a little surprised that all this effort's gone into trying to change, and it looks like even further try to define what we've got going on when we were just suggesting a way to start as soon as possible, having more effective meetings that didn't drag on for hours. I do have some questions about some of the things that Ms. Craybill suggested, just because it seems like it seems like it's not necessarily responding to the desires of the public to have their requests on agendas and situations like that, or ours, taken care of without being possibly moved around or put off. We've already got enough problems with things being put down the line. This was something that we were trying to resolve that problem with, and I myself, you want to just go ahead and change the current policy to add a work session and start at 5. Was the 5 o'clock in there?
Yes.
I didn't see that, okay. Start at 5, you might want to go right ahead and do that, but I'm slightly disappointed because there was a lot of work from a lot of people that went into this, and this could have been brought up, let's add a work session and just move it to 5 to begin with, and not all of this effort for so many people checking with other districts to see what was the most effective.
All right, thank you, Ms. Justice. Is there anyone else that has any comments about this before we move to a vote?
I would like to.
Yes,
Well,
Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker and then Mr. Wildebohr.
I guess I'm confused because the ad hoc committee was supposed to bring a recommendation, and I would thought we would vote on that, and for some reason it's gone to policy committee, and I'm looking at the both months, and I guess I'm just missing where that sheet is because I have not had a chance to look at the new recommended sheet. I have this copy. This is from the ad hoc committee, though. I'm just confused, though, because I agree. We were supposed to be streamlining our meetings, and I just don't know that this one that was put forth by the policy committee is something that is going to help do that.
Okay.
I mean, it's like half an hour, so.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wildebohr?
And I'm part of the policy committee, so I did listen, and we talked about this. The one thing that does continue to make some sense to me is if we're going to have this work session, I just don't think we do great work at 11:30 at night. And that's where we end up going in time and time again. So I don't see a huge problem if we're going to have a work session to start doing work, and start that at 4 o'clock, and then, move everything up. So then maybe it's only 10:30. Important to say 11:30. Anything we can do to help that makes sense to me.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Bollier, and then we will vote.
Yeah, and I agree to an extent. I think I hope that the work sessions allow us to get out of it earlier. But starting as a working man, somebody with a job and a boss, starting a meeting at 4 p.m. is not fair to the public, in my opinion. And so 5 o'clock is, even 5 o'clock is problematic. So I do want to be cognizant of the public's time. I think it's important that we start meetings as late but as practical as possible. And that was, we talked about all of the implications of every decision, and this is where the committee came out. I think this is the best way to streamline our meetings, because I didn't feel, I don't believe the committee felt that the ad hoc committee recommendations really would streamline it. They would just lengthen it but make it earlier, or keep it the same but make it earlier.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bollier. The motion on the table is to approve Board Policy 2330, board meetings as it is updated. Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bollier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Okay, Board Policy 2300 is approved 4-3. Next item on the agenda are policies for second reading. Mr. Bollier, would you like to walk us through the recommendations?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, I have not received any questions about the policies for second reading. And so with that, I would like to ask for a motion to pass the policies as listed.
Can I bring up a question now?
After the second, Ms. Justice, we'll have in discussion. Is there a second?
Yes, Stephanie Craybill, second.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill, for a second. And any discussion, Ms. Justice?
Yes, school volunteers. When I was looking over that's 5015, there was a section on that school volunteers need background checks, but there was also part of that said that it was up to the individual schools to decide who would pay for that, whether it would be the individuals themselves that were volunteering, or if there was another, I guess the school district would pay for it. I would like to have that clarified, and because it appears to me if you're having, it wasn't, excuse me, I said 5015, I meant 5020.
5020?
5020 visitor, where is it?
I think
School volunteers, but it is 5015, sorry. 5015, my screen's a little messed up here. Who decide, it says that it's, I think it was the principals, it says that they are the individual schools, that's what it said. It decides if they have to pay or not. And I'm wondering, can we make that district-wide that we pay for it? Because that's going to be a discrepancy then if some schools, the volunteers don't have the socioeconomic means to pay for things, and so they won't be able to volunteer. I mean,
Ms. Justice, I think that's a discussion for another day. A background check costs $20, and so when you multiply that by the amount of people that volunteer within our district, that is a pretty large budget line item. It's definitely something that I believe maybe Student Services or our finance department could look into. But as far as the policy goes right now, is there anything in the policies for second reading that have a need for discussion?
Well, that's what I was like to discuss.
Yeah, so I would like to comment on what Ms. Justice, her concern, and that was my concern as well. And so I am gonna have to ask either someone from the HR department or someone from communications or whoever handles this, is that we talked about that extensively at the school board, at the policy meeting, that we did, the level 1 people do not have to pay for a background check, but level 2 people do. But we did talk about that extensively, about we are putting a certain member, we could be putting some of our population in a position not to be able to volunteer in the capacity that we want to. So I am going to ask, is there somebody, I'm not certain who we asked, but we did talk about that, and I don't see, and I'm reading it closely, and maybe I was looking at my notes and not the actual thing that was posted, but please help me out, somebody who was at that meeting and we talked about that.
We pull this policy and look at it further?
That sounds like that would be probably a good idea. So why don't we pull policy 5015 out of the consensus vote for the approval of the policies that are listed? Can Mr.
I second that.
All right, you'll second that. So the motion is to.
I don't believe we need a motion and a second, Madam Chair. I think that we could motion to pass all of the policies for second reading with the exception of policy 5015.
So we still need to amend the vote, though. We still need to amend the motion.
No, it's not the amend the motion, yeah.
Yes, you do.
All right, so the motion would be to amend the motion of approving the 5,000 series as stated here for second reading with the exception of policy 5015. Do we have a second? Mr. Wildebohr, that was you?
That was me, yes.
All right.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Any
second.
other discussion? And this is simply a vote to amend this piece of the policy. All right.
No, I think that wasn't the motion to amend that we're going to adopt all of the policies for second reading except for for 5015.
Yes, sir.
That was the
That's what the motion is.
The motion is to amend the motion to approve all of the policies in the 5,000 series by removing this particular policy individually, and then if that passes, then the motion would be to approve the remainder of the policies.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Bowie, could you call the roll, please?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. So now to go back to Mr. Boyer's motion, I would like to motion to pass the policies for second reading with the exception of policy 5015. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr.
Wildebohr.
Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
All right, policies have been adopted. I would like to call for a motion that the policies below be rescinded. These are being replaced by policies, or actually, let me ask the question, do any of these, are they impacted by 5015? Do we need to hold the rescinding until we have cross-referenced?
Yeah, I'm trying to look up in the policy correlation table real quick, but I don't know if we want to wait for that, or if maybe Mr. Shive is aware of that quickly.
Can we scroll down up a little bit?
Oh yeah, go to the bottom, we can see the references. But I'm going to tell you what, when we talk at policy, I ask all the time for policies to be cross-referenced, and I'm told that we have too many things in the cross-reference. So this might be one of those cases.
There's a lot of policies cross-referenced in here. So why don't we hold off the rescinding of the policies until next month?
I'm good with that.
Is that okay, Mr. Shive?
If we can identify the previous school volunteer policy, I don't want to hold us up, but I don't want us to have two policies in place that conflict with one another otherwise.
All right, so if Mr. Shive, if someone could go to the board page for board policies and look on the correlation table, reverse reference, and type in 5015, and you will find the policies that go along with that and that we need to rescind. So if you, okay, click on the correlation table.
Madam Chair, I do not believe that these policies, the ones that we're asking to rescind, conflict in any way with policy 5015.
I would like to double check 5015 in the new policies. Let's see which one it references, so we know clearly which one that we can't rescind.
I believe it's policy 9022.
Yeah, 9022 and 9023.
So the board could move to rescind.
Those policies are not up for rescinding.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shive, go ahead.
Those policies are not up for rescinding, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, then there's no issue.
So we can go ahead and rescind. All right, do I hear a motion to rescind the policies to be replaced from the old New Hanover County Schools Policy Manual?
So moved, Mr.
Thank you,
Wildebohr.
Mr. Wildebohr.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any other discussion? Ms. Bowie, if you could call the roll.
Ms. Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Bollier.
Aye.
Ms. Justice.
Aye.
Ms. Craybill.
Aye.
Mr. McManus.
Yes.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Policies are rescinded. Moving along in the agenda, we are moving into new business. Our first item under new business is fiscal year 21-22 budget resolution, and I believe Mary Hazel Small, we have her online to present this item.
Good evening, everyone. And I would like to present for your approval tonight the budget resolution for the current year totaling $398.7 million, which is summarized by purpose and function by each fund on the attachment. There's just a narrative here that's shown, but there's an attachment if you want to, if y'all would like to open that. The budget reflects total funding for 3,762 full-time equivalent positions, and the revenue estimates were based on our actual county allotment because the county budget's approved, our state and federal planning allotments because we are still waiting on state budget approval and finalization of our federal grants for the current year, and the smaller grants that we received, it was based on current year until they're adjusted. So we will certainly, if you approve tonight, bring back amendments throughout the year as we normally do. The local current expense reflects increase for the new supplement schedule, but all other state and local salary schedules remain on hold until the state budget is approved. We do have some reserves for the local portion of that included in this budget, but we won't finalize any of those salary changes until we have the state budget. Last week, I also shared with the board copies of the detailed budget book that sort of supports a little bit more about every program, and it has an executive summary that describes the process we went through in developing this budget, as well as position summaries and expenditure summaries that hopefully you'll find helpful. So at this time, I request the board's approval.
All right, you have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved. Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Bollier.
Thank you. We'll go with Mr. Bollier. Any other discussion?
Yes, Ms. Craybill.
Yes, Ms. Craybill.
Okay, I have just first of all, Mary Hazel, that booklet was amazing, and I have never read the whole thing from start to finish in any previous years, but I did do it this year because I am responsible, sort of. So I had a couple questions that I'd like to just clarify with you, and it's not necessarily about the numbers and how they directly play out, but so when you're talking about your full-time equivalents, some of them have decimal places, and I understand what like a 0.6, 0.7, 0.5 full-time equivalent is, but how do you get like a .07 and a .3?
Yeah, I will say that the person who put together the budget book is very detailed, so it wasn't me. But combinations of part-time positions could total more than one. So, you have 40% and 60%, sometimes in, for example, child nutrition, you might have several part-time positions that they're not 50-50, which would equal one. But, it could be 60% and then 50%, and that's where those percentages come out. We probably should round that for the budget presentation, but.
That's okay. All right, that's what I was thinking, but I just didn't know if I was just missing out on some new full-time equivalent calculation.
You're exactly right.
Okay, so the next thing is, if our state budget passes with teacher raises, will this affect our teacher, lead teacher, signature program leaders, any of their supplements or their stipends that they're currently getting for being in those roles?
So if I understand your question correctly, the state budget will include approval of state salary schedule, which are base salary schedules, not supplemental pay.
Right.
Supplemental pay is all approved locally, included in this budget, and is effective as of July 1, based on your approval of those supplement schedules in June.
But are there anything in the current things that we've always done, like different stipends for our signature programs or our leaders or our mentors or having national board certification? Are any of those extra pays affected in this budget?
So they're reflected in the budget, but the salary schedules that were approved back in June, I believe, at your first June meeting, included the new supplement schedule, and they also included some small changes to some of the other schedules. So the extra duties supplement schedule you mentioned had some minor adjustments to it. We did replace some of the other local supplement schedules, like for example, the locally paid national board, that those are replaced by the new salary schedule, the new supplement schedules. So certainly, I don't have those with me tonight, but I could bring those back if you had further questions at an additional meeting. But those are all posted on the page of the finance website, and there are tabs for every different type of supplement that we have.
So I can answer part of that. She may be referring to lead teachers who work at the district office who were receiving national board certification pay. According to national board certification, you can only receive that supplement if you are teaching in the certification that you received your national board certification in. That's the standard by the national board certification. That's not a district thing. So we had to rename their supplement. Because we couldn't, I'll be honest with you, I am by the books, and everyone is knowing that if you're not teaching that you can't get that. And I'll say that's illegal because it states that in national board certification, every teacher who receives national board certification knows that if I'm a kindergarten teacher and I get my certification in, I guess it's in early whatever, and if I go to middle school, you don't get paid for that certification. It's just what the policy, and the goal behind that for national board certification is honestly to keep teachers in those classrooms. That's what it ultimately was to do. And we are definitely proud of our district and the teachers who have received. We're like number one. We have a high group of teachers or percentage of teachers who have received national board certification. And we definitely want to make sure that we have those teachers and we're paying them, but we did not take anything away from them.
Okay, I made a note to myself, just wondering, nobody's going to lose any money by any of the reorganizations that we're doing.
If the increase in the base, the local teacher supplement was not enough to cover it, then we will hold them harmless to that prior year supplement.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions specific to the budget resolution that we are approving?
I do. On page 2 and on also page 76, we talk about scholarships. Are we referring to scholarships that teachers can apply for their furthering their education, or are we referring to the scholarships that we are giving to our students who are going on to college to further their education as a teacher?
The latter one was referred to in the budget book.
Okay, gotcha. And then the last thing was, just wanted to make sure that I'm not reading this incorrectly. On page 10, our pie graph I think we mislabeled one of the pies. So if this is going anywhere, you might want to check on that.
I don't have a copy with me. What does it say?
On the pie graph, let me get my book out. On the pie graph, you just have one of the pies, two of the pie pieces are labeled incorrectly, where it says the amount of money revenue by source, it's on page 10, where it says 43% of the money from the state comes from the state, 30% of the money comes from New Hanover County, and 10% comes from federal. But if you look at the picture, it doesn't show that.
I can tell you those are last year's rates, and that was probably not updated. The picture was, but probably not the labels. And because I remember those rates, and they're very different now. Federal is a much larger percentage of our budget. We will correct that. It will be you had a draft version, which I'm glad you reviewed it so carefully. So thank you. It will be corrected, and then we will post it on the website and get the board new copies. So thank you for that.
No, thank you. The budget looks amazing, and thank you for all the work that went into that. It was so detailed. I had to stop a couple times.
Okay, thank you for that discussion. Ms. Bowie, can you call the roll on the motion to approve the fiscal year 21-22 budget resolution?
Ms. Adams?
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Justice, you had a
I just had a brief question. Is there any determination or idea, guess, what's going on with the legislature and approval of the budget yet, the timeline possibly?
I can tell you what I've heard. Dr. Faust might have heard more, but I know that the Senate budget is publicized. The House budget is supposed to be released at the end of July or the beginning of August. We think the beginning of August is more likely, and then after that, hopefully, it will move pretty quickly.
Thank you. That's what I was just trying to.
All right, Ms. Bowie, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier? Mr. Bullier?
On mute. You're on mute, Mr. Bullier.
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Graybill?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Mr. Wildebohr, did you say yes?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you. Budget resolution is approved, 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Small. All right, next item on the agenda are the policies for first reading. Policy Committee Chair, Mr. Bullier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not aware of any major issues with any of these policies. I do know there's been quite a bit of discussion around policy 5120. So if a board member would like to address that, I would be happy to respond. I remind board members that no action is required at this time. These policies are scheduled to be passed in August at the August board meeting. But if anybody has any questions about 5120 relationship with law enforcement, I'd be happy to address that.
I would like to.
Ms. Walker?
Yes, thank you. I know we have had a lot of people contact us about this policy and call to audience as well, and then the press is obviously interested in this topic. I think there was a copy of the policy that had not been updated online and where there was some red on there, and now it's just referring to the MOU. But even when you go to the MOU, I think that there are questions about just questioning underage children, students without their parents, and I think that's the biggest concern. I don't know if Mr. Bullier or anybody on the policy committee wants to address that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pulling up the MOU. So the MOU, let's see where we are here. Hold on 1 second. All right, we'll find that here.
Policy 5120 is updated in Assembly from what I can see.
It is now, but I think there were trouble with the community being able to see the updated one, and I think they had old copies.
So if I could, the MOU dictating the relationship between New Hanover County Schools and the New Hanover County Sheriff's Office SROs was passed unanimously in June, and it addresses all of these issues very, very clearly. If you go to page 4 and look at investigations and arrest, it outlines everything that SROs must do, and I can read from the policy or from the MOU here. SROs will be conducted in accordance with all applicable legal requirements, including all applicable laws, regulations, and policies governing the use of force, interrogations, searches, and arrests. The SRO shall promptly notify appropriate school authorities whenever an SRO asks a student questions of an investigative nature or takes any direct law enforcement action against the student. However, notification may be withheld until deemed appropriate by the SRO if such notification would endanger a student or any other person or compromise an ongoing criminal investigation. When it comes to interrogations specifically, if you look in subsection C, in cases where the parents or guardian cannot be reached and any questioning of a student is conducted without parental notification, the school principal or designee must be present during the questioning unless the SRO directs otherwise for safety or investigative reasons. Presence of the principal or designee does not in any way impact the SRO's duty, if applicable in the situation, to comply with the student's Miranda or juvenile rights. At no time shall the SRO request that any new Hanover County Schools employee act as an agent of the SRO or law enforcement in any interrogation. And since this policy was passed unanimously at our June meeting, I have no problem, since this is on for first reading, going back and adding language that says all SRO activity will be done in accordance with the memorandum of agreement between the school system and the sheriff's office. I mean, because I know everybody read this and looked at this and nobody had a problem with this language. It's pretty comprehensive. And I think the reason for getting rid of the language within the policy is it seems problematic to have the school system say that another organization will do X, Y, or Z within its own policy, because that's out of our control. The memorandum of understanding is perfectly within our control, and I think that was the reason for the change.
So in the meantime, this is for information only. And so if the public is interested in weighing in on this policy, or board members are interested in weighing in on this policy, or any of the others that have been presented, they should send you an email as policy chair to bring forth.
Absolutely. I would say they should send the entire board an email, but I would encourage them, and you know, I hope we all have copies of the MOU, and make sure that everybody reads that, because it's very comprehensive and really addresses these concerns.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions or discussion?
Can we just bring up policy 5070? I'm going to ask the policy committee about that, because it's a new paragraph in there about fees for public records requests. And I think it's, I mean, some of it's a little bit, is not as clear as it could be. I know they talk about paper copies being 25 cents per page, but I don't know whether it's better to have an actual cost. I mean, just kind of made it more clear. I just felt like it could be more clear with the wording. I don't know if anybody else has any input on that on the board.
Well, I myself, I'm concerned also. At 25 cents a page, we're charging the public, and yet the public's paying the school district with their taxes. So I'm a little confused as to why we're adding extra cost to something they're already paying for. That's my take on it. I think it should be provided free of cost, since they're the ones paying for the people that put it together, paper and everything else already.
Ms. Justice, I believe that one request has totaled over 400,000 emails, and that would be $100,000 to the school system.
Well,
and that's just one request.
Does it have to be paper? Can it be digital?
But you're still dealing with the time that our attorney reviews, our communications department is reviewing, and the time that it's taking away from their jobs to do public records requests are part of their responsibility. But when it becomes all encompassing, that I do agree that there needs to be some sort of fee if it's taking over a larger percentage of a job responsibility.
So in other words, you are using this as a way to try to discourage the public from requesting information?
No, not at all. Simply
well,
saying,
for a lot of people, that could limit it.
if we're expecting someone that's hired to do a job, and maybe it's, one of our media people or our social media people, and part of their job is public records requests, they still have a job to complete. If they're spending 75% of their day completing public records requests, then their job that they have been hired for in addition has to get done at some point.
To me, it looks like a way of trying to curtail the public's request. And that's,
sorry,
it's sad that the public feels that way, but that's still, they're right. They are paying for those employees.
May I ask a question?
May I make a comment, Madam Chair?
One second, Ms. Crable. Ms. Walker's going to make one, and then we'll come right to you. Ms. Walker.
It says the school system will provide an estimate of any such service charge before making the records available and will give the requester the option of paying the charge or narrating the scope. I don't know what happens when perhaps they feel, the communication just should be there. I feel like if they give a really large amount of money, they'll have the choice to change it, but then you might get into the situation where they're just going to ask for more smaller. I don't know. I feel like the options for narrowing the scope of the request it's just not as clear. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the wording could be a little bit better, and perhaps we could, give some suggestions.
You'd like to have them revisit.
Reading. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Ms. Craybill? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we talked about that at the policy committee meeting a while ago, and the suggestion was actually brought forth by our legal counsel on behalf of the NCSBA that there are many other school systems across our state that are charging for that, and they don't have anywhere near the large number of requests that we have. And so she said that it was in keeping with what others were doing. So our policy committee can easily go back and look at it and do some of that verification again ourselves. But that is what we were told was happening around. So we can easily make that request to see what.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Bollier.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ms. Crable. I think that's a really good point, and to opportunity to highlight, this is not, the policy committee is not Nelson Bollier and Pete Wildebourne and Stephanie Crable coming up with the policies and writing policies. We've contracted with North Carolina School Boards Association. Their legal team looks at all of the policies that they bring us. They review them, they study them, they're experts in education, and then our experts here in New Hanover County, our administration, look at all of them, they go over them, and then by the time they get to us, that's what we're looking at. So these aren't things that we're pulling out of thin air. We're like, hey, this would be a cool idea. These, are the recommendations of the North Carolina School Boards Association and our administration.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Bollier. Yes, Ms. Justice?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up, because this has been an issue across the state for years. This is not the first time I have been concerned about situations like this. In other districts too, the public has questioned the same thing. Is this a way to tamper down on their right to information, putting dollar amounts behind it? So if you say other districts are doing it, and other districts have been questioned too, and other districts haven't because they were questioned. So, that in itself is part of the information you're gathering. If you want to, please do present it to us, but it's something we need to look at and consider. And I'm really sorry about what's going on with this district right now as far as all the requests, FOIA, public records requests. A lot of it has to do with the circumstances of the last couple years. I would hope that at some point in the future, we will return to more of a normal situation. And at that time, then this wouldn't be such a burdensome situation for our employees. I actually do feel for them. But the public does pay all of this up front with taxes. So that's what my concern is.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other comments about any of the policies listed? If not, I would like to take a quick 5-minute break before we move on with the agenda for those of us that are here at the BOE Center. And so we will come back at 8:05 to continue with our next item, Head Start. Thank you.
Oh, right, because this is the old one. Shoot.
I hadn't. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back to order. Thank you for obliging that quick break. Let me just double check that we have all of our board members back online. Let's see, I think we're still missing Mr. Wildeboer, Ms. Justice. And I misspoke. The next item on our agenda, I apologize, I hadn't refreshed my page. The next item on our agenda is actually the Transparency Committee. If you'll remember at Tuesday's meeting, this was an additional item that Mr. Wildeboer brought forward to add as a discussion item, and it passed. And so, Mr. Wildeboer, I am going to turn this conversation over to you. Are you online with us?
Can you hear me?
All right, yes, sir.
All right. Well, so the discussion is on the Transparency Committee. 4 out of 4 of the newer, I'm not going to call us new anymore, the newer Board of Education members ran a pillar of transparency. The idea of this committee is to question or inquire any type of student indoctrination from anywhere or any side. We need to focus on, it's my humble feeling, but we need to focus our efforts on the education of our students in math, reading, science, and the arts, physical education, and factual history. And I think we've seen that through all the call to the audience, or at least the majority of the call to the audience. Our cry is, we are not. But as we heard from several of the people that were in the call of the audience, we do teach the same standards as, say, for instance, Brunswick County. So I raised the question on why did the Brunswick County Board of Education unanimously pass a revised employee policy on June 10th, 2021 about this very thing. Take a moment to do research on the NC DPI culturally relevant teaching, a training offered to our teachers during a 9-week intensive training, edfirstnc.org, March 2021. What I'm suggesting here, folks, and again, we won't be voting on this evening, but I would like to bring it to a vote, next month, is a bipartisan committee that will seek the truth, simply that, seek the truth, be transparent, hence the name of the Transparency Committee. Listen to concerns and channel those concerns, but not quit until we get answers. So as you saw today, in the last 2 meetings, we've had well over 50 people sign up to speak, which, again, as been brought out, we violated our own policy by letting them all speak. Why not let this avenue, let the people speak to this committee and share their concerns with this committee? To quote our Lieutenant Governor, we want to make sure that our children understand the greatness of our nation. Now, I'll agree with him 100%. We live in the best nation in the world. Is it perfect? No, but it is the best nation in the world. That's what I feel wholeheartedly. Benefits of this committee will allow for more access and for the constituents to be heard. Like I say, we started a week ago. We're still hearing folks tonight, and even in hearing them, probably a good third of them weren't heard because they didn't choose to record that time. Hopefully, we've talked about trying to shorten the Board of Education meetings, and not because we don't want to hear people, but it is, when we're making, and I'm going to keep going back to making huge, important decisions, even at 10:30 at night, 11 o'clock at night. We've actually been into the next day making very important decisions. So something's got to give on that. So a lot of things could be discussed by this committee and brought to the board. But, it's not, this committee would not have the power to make any decisions, but they would, in a streamlined format, bring that important information to the board. And again, one of the other things that we need to work on, I think, as a whole, is building community trust by moving to be more accessible and transparent and getting answers, working with the administration. So that's my thought on this. I'm not so blinded that I'm like, well, this is going to fix everything. That's obviously not. But I think this is a good first step to be able to get more, to let the community feel that we are more transparent. We want to hear what they have to say. I mean, I think that's why we've, for the last 2 months voted to listen to 50 people, because we want to hear what they have to say. But I think we can do this, and this would almost be like a filtering system, because, if we have a whole bunch of folks saying a lot of the same things, we can bring numbers back that 24 people said, whatever that might be, if they had a concern about this. So we can bring hard facts, at least on the number of people that have those concerns, that have expressed them to us. So anyway, again, tonight is just an opportunity to start the conversation about this. I think it's really important. It's a bipartisan committee. So it's not, a Republican committee or a Democrat committee or an independent committee. I think it needs to have all the above as part of that group, so we can actually kind of roll up our sleeves, obviously working hand in hand with the administration, not trying to supersede in any form or fashion any of the administration, but working with them to try to get to a clear understanding on all these topics.
So, Mr. Wildeboer, I have seen, I think, 3 hands go up. I believe Ms. Craybill, Ms. Justice, and Mr. McManus would like to either ask, Mr. Bollier as well, would like to ask a question. So let's start from the right of my screen that I can see, Mr. McManus, and then let's go to Ms. Justice, then Ms. Craybill, then Mr. Bollier.
Thank you. 3 questions maybe. 1, how many would you want on this committee? 2, how would they be selected? And 3, what could a committee of 4 or 5 do better than the entire board, which to me is responsible for the transparency? We can all, I would think, get the same information. Why do we limit it? Why do we have to have another layer, which we already have difficulty dealing with each other with the original where we are now?
Okay. Great questions. Thank you for those. I would say probably about 5 people. How would they be selected? I think that I would say a minimum of 2 and hopefully 3 board members to serve on it, with 2 or 3 at-large folks to join in from the educational community. And again, like I say, I think this would give us an opportunity to filter out if we have, I'm going to say, whatever topic it is. If we have 25 people that want to come and speak, why not try to let them speak to this group? Obviously, they can still speak to the board, but I think if they speak to this group, we can come back and say, we've had, it would be almost like a filtering system. But also, like we've heard so many different things about, indoctrination. Let's go ahead and be able to present to the board, not this person's opinion, this bipartisan group's opinion that works hand in hand with the school board, the school system, excuse me, not school board, and does the research, and then brings that back and, can share it with the committee as a whole. I mean, reaching out to Brunswick County, I asked the question, why did Brunswick County do that? What was their feeling? Let's reach out to them and bring it back to the board. But this committee could do that, I think, and hopefully take some of the pressure off of the entire board. So that's my thought on that one. Did I answer all your questions?
Yeah, I was wondering about the last one. I love you, but the
yes,
question still remains with the entire board.
Well, why do we, I would ask this question back to you. Why do we have any committees then? The entire board has the final say on everything. Why would we have, a Title IX, at the end of the day, the board has the power and the control over the whole Title IX things. So it's a committee that meets to discuss an important topic and bring that back to just like any of the other committees. Of our policy committee, what are we charged to do? To make policies. Why do we have a policy committee? Same question. Well, because they can do some work before and bring it, we can do some work before and bring it to the whole board. That's what I'm thinking what this committee could also do, is do some of that groundwork and bring it to the entire board.
All right, Ms. Justice, you were next.
Yes, this is, in many ways, this is a good idea, but we're coming at it from different angles, but I think the same goal. I honestly don't believe that indoctrination is a problem. I've been a teacher too long and taught history and other subjects too long. I think a problem is lack of the community's ability to give us input on important matters and discuss the different aspects of it. We're getting 2-minute bits in here and there. And I think part of this committee structure could also be made up of more than 4 or 5. I think 7 or 9 would be more appropriate. People out of the community, a couple of us board members, maybe a couple people from staff, and then the rest made up of community members. And people bring topics to it. They can research, they can discuss it, and then just have a presentation on maybe 1 or 2 of the topics the public has brought. To me, it's more of an advisory board with the public letting us know how they feel and why, and the committee doing it together, and maybe even come up with some answers that they can present to us that reflect good advice. So to me, it's just another method of the community community giving us input to make good decisions. Because I'm sure that some of the topics that are going to be talked about are definitely going to be coming before the board. And it's more than just us, and it's more than just people calling us on the phone and emailing us like crazy or standing up there for 2 minutes. It's also a broad community, and this would give us a chance to get even more depth input and less, you're right, less political, because actually what's been going on lately is way too political. And that's not helping the kids, as we say, the kids and the students in the classroom, the staff that works with them. It's made it a huge distraction. Look how much trouble we had last week, even getting to the point where we're now talking about important things. So I look at it as more of an advisory board, and an advisory board would be transparent. But I think that would be a better approach to it from my angle, from the people I've talked to, because we do need to know what the community's feeling, what's going on, what different reasons for people feeling the way they do. And also that would give that group a chance to discuss ideas back and forth, and they can learn from each other, and then they can bring it to us. It's just another way of being transparent, a way of knowing what the community is concerned about and advising us on what's going on when we make so many different important decisions. So that to me is why I think it would be a very good group of people to have out there giving us feedback so we can make some better decisions. I'm always about better decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Ms. Craybill?
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes.
Can I just chime in real quick? I hate to interrupt, but I just want to point the board to its policy on committees, which is policy 2230. And just to help kind of guide the discussion, that policy lays out a couple of different types of committees, standing committees and advisory committees. And I know Ms. Justice just referenced perhaps this being an advisory committee, which there's a set list of advisory committees there in your policy. It states the board chairperson appoints 1 board member to each committee. And that there can be other members of the community or employees of the school system would be on those committees. So we just want to perhaps to help guide the discussion, think about where within the policy this committee would fit and whether or not it would require a revision to board policy in order for this committee to be created.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Craybill?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Scheib. That was a very nice segue to one of the things that I wanted to bring up. Policy 2230 definitely says that a chairperson of each standing committee and the board members on that committee will be named by the chairperson of the board on an annual basis. The assignment of individual board members to these committees will be published each year. The board chairman will be an ex officio member of that committee. So we would definitely need to have a policy change in 2230 if we, and The letter number B letter B says exactly what our advisory boards are. So we definitely can't take any action on this without changing that policy. Second of all, if we would go back and look into the superintendent's employment contract in item number 2, and this is on the first page, item number 2B, where it describes the duties of the superintendent. It says the superintendent shall have charge of the administration of the schools under the direction of the board and in compliance with the policies of the board. He shall be the chief executive officer of the board, shall serve as secretary to the board, direct and assign teachers and employees of the schools under his supervision, organize, reorganize, arrange administrative and supervisory staff as best serves New Hanover County schools. And it lists, there's so many more. He suggests from time to time regulations, rules, and orderly administration of the district, acts as liaison. There's all kinds of things in his contract that says that he is the one who has to carry out some of those things. So my thoughts were, if we feel like we, or the community feels like we are not doing right, then perhaps we need another system for doing that. People can call us, we can call people. We can have more opportunities to hear from our constituents in the 2 minutes or 3 minutes that they get to talk to us. They can email us, we can email them back. We can set up private meetings. We can set up meetings with Dr. Faust, which has already been done, at least by me once. I don't know if anybody else has either. But there are other ways that we can come about this. One thing that concerns me most of all in not looking at our policies and our superintendent's contract is the fact that the Transparency Committee proposal was not shared with our whole entire board. And it has some things in there that really just are going against my grain, where it says this advisory committee would review, vet, and document legitimate concerns of parents and educators prior to being brought before the Board of Education. When that is our whole job, is we don't need somebody to be vetting on our behalf. Later on down, it talks about a teaching lesson that was not used appropriately. Many people in the community have been advised that if they find situations that are not appropriate, then they were asked to bring them to Dr. Faust. And yet in this proposal, it says that this could have been handled by this committee closer to the origin and given a report to the board, when our own policy says that it is up to us. We don't get to handle problems. We are supposed to summarize those and give those to the superintendent and handle it as close as possible. So close as possible to the origin would not be a board committee, it would be the principal. And then it would be the director of instruction. And then it would be the deputy superintendent. And then it would be Dr. Faust. So we have a very clear already pecking order where these kinds of things. And if that's not working, then we need to address the procedures that are in place. It also goes on to say that the committee would hear and vet concerns independent of political party affiliation or political view in order to consider all sides of social, cultural, and political spectrum. It is not our job to represent our parties here on this board. It is our job to represent the rights and the best interest of the students and the staff. So that concerns me. And then it talks about the operations of the committee. The committee would meet monthly ahead of BOE meetings. They would bring their researched and vetted evidence of bias or political teaching to the board a week before general meetings. So I'm talking really fast and I'm talking really loud, but this is just speaking to, I don't know what it's speaking to. It's speaking to a committee that we do not need, and it's already violating several of the things that we have. And if you haven't heard me say it enough, our job is to make sure that we have appropriate policies in place and that we follow them with fidelity, and we are not. So that is my 2 cents.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Next, Mr. Boyer.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'd like to associate myself with Ms. Craybill's remarks. Honestly, I couldn't agree more. Second, and words are important. Mr. Wildebohr stated that we violated our policy. No, that is not what happened. We waived policy. 4 board members voted to waive policy. We did not violate policy. So when you say that at a board meeting, that is really problematic. And I think we should be transparent. I'm reminded of the old joke where somebody's watching a parade go by. And he says, look, there go my people. I have to find out where they're going so I can lead them. if we want to be transparent, let's say the truth. And the truth is that this district does not teach the things that are being alleged, that every single member of this board, every single member, all 7 of us, have said that we want equity-based education. All of us have said that, and that we are doing every single thing that we can to make sure that all of our students receive a non-biased educational experience in our classrooms. And that's how you're transparent. You know, nobody's going to listen to that coming from me, but from other people, they certainly might. And from 7 of us who say that together, that would do a lot more to quiet down people's anger and outrage than any committee. If 7 of us stand up and say what we know to be true, that we don't teach these things, that we are fair, that we do everything we can to instill the best education possible in our students, boy, is that going to go a long way. I think that's going to go a lot further than a committee.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. I would like to make just a suggestion, Mr. Wildeboer. There's obviously a lot of discussion around this suggestion. I think, you mentioned maybe bringing it forward in August. I think that it would probably be a good idea to prepare a presentation or a proposal that all the board can review between now and then, and have some dialogue around maybe clarifying the goals, because it seems to be there's some confusion, and board members feel very passionately about some of the things that have been said. So I think that for now, this conversation should probably be tempered for the night, and I would recommend that you create something that's a little bit more concrete for us to be able to better understand what you're asking for. Does that work?
That sounds fine.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, moving on to the next item, Head Start. Mr. Bollier, this is you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all know, for the last 2.5 years, I come before the board. I usually go down to the podium and then I speak about the Head Start Liaison Report. I've had several conversations with Ms. Smiles over the past several months, and the fact is that the Head Start Liaison Report can easily be communicated to the board via the consensus items, so we can look at it beforehand and we can go ahead and approve it. I apologize, my internet connection is unstable, but we can go ahead and do those things, and I can report the 260 students that we have in Head Start, and we can make sure that we're satisfying our federal obligations under Head Start through that route. And I think it's time to do that, because when we talk about 260 students, I feel we end up minimizing the impact and importance of the nearly 1,000 students that Ms. Miles and her team service. And so over the next several months, what we would like to do is transition the Head Start Liaison into an early childhood education liaison. You will be getting the Head Start numbers as I deliver them via email, and we will be doing quarterly reports on early childhood education in Hanover County, because it is incredibly impactful and it's a lot bigger than 260 students. Working with Ms. Miles and her team, and I was lucky enough to go to the Early Childhood Education Center there on College Road. Ms. Miles has just moved with her team, and I encourage every single board member, please reach out to her. Please go walk their new facility. It's years in the making, and we're very excited that they're there. But there is a lot more that goes into early childhood education in New Hanover County than those 260 students. And so we're going to continue to update you on them as required, and we're going to send you those emails. But Ms. Miles, I'd love for you to jump in and add any thoughts that you have about this transition.
Well, you did an excellent job, sir. So what we discussed, Mr. Bollier and myself, was capturing the the services across the district in our new Hanover County School family. So the focus would shift from not only Head Start federal funding with our 260 enrollment count, but it would shift to the 928 students that we serve across the district in 7 public school sites. So we would be reporting out quarterly. We see that being in like a later fall, a midwinter, and then towards the end of the year. And you're exactly right. We'd like to see the Head Start items be moved to the consent agenda items, if there are any voting items for those, for the Head Start funding source. And then also the Head Start liaison monthly demographics and reporting out of numbers would be in an email via whatever avenue the board chooses to use so. So locally, we are able to do that with our Head Start funding source. And we're very excited to tell the story to the community about all of the services for all of our children in early care, not just the focus being on Head Start.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Miles. It's a great story to tell because it really is foundational. It sets up the work that we do for the rest of the K-12 experience. And,
we want to give credit. We want to give credit to and recognize all of those other services. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Correction.
All right, well, thank you. That sounds like a very exciting transition, and we look forward to learning more about our smallest learners, our youngest learners in the district. So thank you both. All right, Mr. Bullier, do you need to report out on the Johnson Pre-K Head Start Child Outcomes Report as well?
Madam Chair, these are informational.
Dr. Smith.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Madam Chair, these are informational. The board has these, and if there are any questions, myself or Ms. Miles will be absolutely happy to answer them.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bullier, for your service to Head Start, and thank you, Ms. Smiles, for your leadership. All right, next item on the agenda will be for information, and we would like to welcome Deputy Superintendent Dr. LaShawn Smith to discuss the North Carolina Social Studies Standards. Welcome.
Works a little bit better when there's a little power to it. So good evening to everyone, those folks who are here with us at the Board of Education Center, as well as those folks who are at home, viewing from home. I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to load, but I'm really excited to talk to you about the North Carolina Social Studies Standards. They've been a long time coming, and there are hundreds of pages that are associated with these standards. There are not only the standards themselves, which we have to adopt because these are the standards that are provided by the state of North Carolina to every district within the state. Where we have the flexibility is actually in the curriculum that we use, but not necessarily in the standards. But again, as I said, there are hundreds of pages that are associated with these standards. Not only are there just the standards themselves, and the standards have been adopted for K-12, but there's also the unpacking documents, which really support our teachers in deeply understanding how this can look in their classroom. And then the state also provided to us, and just released maybe about a week and a half ago, the crosswalk. So if folks are interested in understanding the old standard, the 2010 standard, and what it now looks like in 2021, then they can go to those crosswalk documents. And so the state of North Carolina, specifically the Department of Public Instruction, has done a really good job of providing teachers with the resources to implement these standards in our classrooms effectively. And then also, there's a glossary of terms, because in many things that we've talked about before, it's really important for us to have the same understanding, so that we are speaking a common language, so there's not any misunderstanding about what the definitions are. So again, just to front load that before I begin the presentation, there's a lot of support for our teachers that are coming from the Department of Public Instruction, and I'd be really remiss if I didn't also bring to light and bring an accolade to Travis Matthews. He was our K-12 social studies lead teacher for the district. He has worked tirelessly to support our teachers in understanding these standards. And so we're really excited about bringing this opportunity to our children and in our classrooms. So here what you see, again, as I said, these standards are brand new for this year. We weren't completely sure that they were going to be approved by the State Board of Education in time, but they were. And so we've done our due diligence in preparing to implement these in our classrooms. One big change with the standards is the inclusion of an inquiry-based standard at the front of each of the standards. So we've got our kindergarten standards, first grade standards, or second grade standards, so forth and so on. And there has been the addition of an inquiry-based standard. And what that does is it really helps teachers to understand how to teach our children to be critical thinkers. So we don't want them just to be accepting of information. We want them to be able to ask compelling questions. We want them to be able to form arguments. We want them to be able to offer claims and then to be able to use primary and secondary sources to justify their thinking. So really it is about building the capacity of our children to think. And so we see this in our ELA classrooms, we see this in our math classrooms, in our science classrooms, and now we're seeing this even more in our social studies standards, through our social studies classrooms, through the implementation of these standards, these inquiry-based standards. And so we're, again, very excited about that. Another major change is in the underrepresented voices. So we're going to know more about the impact of our history on women. Their voices are going to be represented more so. People of color, indigenous populations. And so that's also very exciting for us. And so those two really represent the major changes that you're going to see in the standards. And I apologize for the missing text in that very last box. It looks one way on your computer, but it looks very different on that screen. But if we were to change the color of the font, that is just a hyperlink to the standards. So if we were to click on that, it just simply takes us to the standards where you could go through and overview each of those standards. But to save you a little bit of that trouble this evening, what I'll do is just kind of capture what we're doing elementary, middle school, and in high school. And so with elementary, the big change in elementary, and when I'm talking elementary, it's K-5, is just that shift in second grade. So we're moving from more of a global focus to more of a foundational focus around American history. And then in fourth and fifth grade, we've just added a lot more content. There's more that we want our children to know and understand about their history. And then, again, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, not knowing whether or not the state of North Carolina was going to have these guidance documents ready for our teachers, we began the work of creating our own curriculum maps. We wanted to make sure that our teachers were prepared. So we've had teachers working on this summer. And then finally, we're piloting within our classrooms the resource that you see on the screen, which is the Social Studies Weekly. So every school in our district will have access to that as a piece of their common curriculum. In middle grades, not much has changed. So we're still doing in sixth grade ancient history, eighth grade is still about North Carolina and U.S. history, but what we're doing primarily with sixth grade is providing, again, continuity of resources. So we're purchasing History Alive for all of our social studies teachers so they have that foundational text to build out their curriculum along with all those other pieces that we've provided in terms of our curriculum maps. Now, earlier I referenced the inquiry-based curriculum, in standard, and so this is just an example for the middle school. So you can see here, again, we're asking students as a part of that standard to be able to ask good questions, compelling questions. We're asking them to be able to support and defend their positions. We're asking them to be able to gather information. So really digging in and understanding what's a good source and maybe what's not such a reliable source. Understanding the difference between primary and secondary source documents. And then also being able to understand that they can impact their community. So taking that informed action. And so in front of every grade level, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, you're going to see these standards embedded on the front end of those social studies standards. So again, that really represents the major shift with our middle grades. So with high school, what you're seeing here, world history starts at 1200 Common Era. So that's, I believe, a much earlier start for us. We've also moved from American history being 2 courses to now just being 1. And the driver for that is probably for the last 2 years, we've come to realize that our children need a lot more support when it comes to financial literacy. I don't think there's probably too many parents that would disagree with that. So we have now included as a required course in North Carolina, not only civics and economics, but also personal finance. And so it had to go somewhere. So what happened as a result was that American history was now collapsed into 1 course. And, you know, there's some folks, especially American history teachers, I would offer to you that probably aren't really happy with that. But I think we all can agree that personal finance, economics and personal finance, is really critical for our young people to know and understand. And again, we've done the work around curriculum maps, and we're also providing our secondary teachers with access to the History Alive curriculum as well. Thank you. Glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. All right, I'll open the door. Yes,
I would
Ms.
just love to
Walker.
make a comment. I love that that has been added in the high school, is the finance and personal finance. That is a huge thing for kids. I mean, I had to learn it all on my own, and I wasn't that great at it. So I think the earlier we learn about credit scores and keeping, balanced checkbook and all that's going to be so helpful for our kids. So,
yes.
Love it.
Great. All right, I see Ms. Justice's hand, and then we'll go to Ms. Craybill.
I'm lucky enough to be on the curriculum committee, so I've heard this presentation before, and I'm also lucky enough to have taught social studies for many years, both the economics, the U.S. history especially, civics. I'm very excited about the inquiry-based. There's a lot of misinformation out there. People need to understand how important this is to match up with the way kids actually learn. Just giving kids facts is not enough. That actually sort of puts them to sleep often. But when you get into the inquiry-based, and there's actual, and a lot of it's group work, and researching sources and things like, it gets kids excited. They talk about it. They apply it to what they know amongst each other, and also to what the teacher is presenting. So this to me is a step forward in actually fitting with how kids learn with the actual content itself. And there was more information presented at the curriculum committee about how they're going to do that. If you want to, I believe that's probably on YouTube. You can look at it to get more information. But I am actually very excited about this because, as I said, this is how kids learn, and this is the best way to learn.
Thank you. Ms. Craybill.
Yes, I wanted to reiterate what it just said about the inquiry-based learning is, kind of where it's at. I'm a very touchy-feely learner. If I get my hands on it and I get a chance to participate, I do much better. But one of the things that I've been hearing from people in the general population, wondering, do we have to adopt these social studies standards? Do we have the option to say, no, we don't want to do it? And if we did say, no, we don't want to do it, what would the ramifications be for our students and student performance?
So this is my professional opinion. I can surely research and provide you with the primary source, but districts do not have the flexibility to create their own standards. We have the flexibility to develop our own curriculum based upon that standards. In terms of the impact, essentially any assessment that might be developed at the state level would be aligned with these standards. Our colleges and universities, I am sure, pay very close attention to the standards that are taught within the state of North Carolina. I think it places our students at a disadvantage if they don't have the benefit of high quality instruction that's aligned with the state adopted standards.
Thank you,
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Smith.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Bullier.
I'm sorry, I believe Mr. McManus was about to speak. I can speak after him.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyer.
I will be very brief. I just wanted to say from the collegiate level, inquiry-based education, thematically based history instruction is where we've been headed for quite some time now. And I always begin each semester by telling my students that history is not a set of facts to be memorized. It's a series of questions to be explored. And I'm just very grateful that the state of North Carolina has adopted that vision and that understanding. A solid historical education really is. I'm jazzed about them.
All right, Mr. McManus.
Somebody's got to ask this question, so, and I don't mind being the one. There are some references. There were, I think, in the DPI workshop this past summer, or the present summer for all practical purposes, that relate to the CRT. And I guess my question is, how are we addressing the CRT related materials in the standard of study as an individual system? Because I think that it's there, at least the wording, some of it. I'm by no means an authority, but enough information out there that it is, have we addressed that at all with our teachers or our staff or by our director? I mean, it's not going away. We need to talk about it. We need to at least realize it's there and how we're going to address it or not.
So what I would need to probably answer that question really, really well would be some more specific information. I do have with me the crosswalks, so I can talk to you about any standard that we're asking our students to learn as a part of this 2021 curriculum and crosswalk it back to any standard that we were previously teaching in 2010. I think to take a word in isolation, I think there has to be some context to it. So for me to answer that well, I would really need to know a little more specifically what you're referencing.
So you're saying that in your professional opinion, what you have read in the standard course of study, there are no suggestions or standards or teaching that relates to CRT, such as a pressers.
Sorry, I can't answer, and Travis is also on the call too. CRT, what we know of it and what the media is putting out is the wrong definition. Is there reference of slavery in history? Yes. Is there reference of injustices in the history books? Yes. Are we teaching critical race theory as it's written at the collegiate level and in the when you're getting your JD? No. So what has happened is individuals have chosen to put everything into critical race theory that's not, and call it a name. It's not critical race theory. However, I've asked for individuals, when they see that, give me the subject, give me the course, give me the lesson plan, and we will investigate it, because that's what's happening is individuals are making what we call those blanket statements, and it leads us down a rabbit hole of trying to find where it is that they're saying, and we have no idea what they're talking about. But does it talk about slavery? It does. And has history always talked about slavery? Yes. Do we talk about it at kindergarten? No, we don't talk about that. They talk about family, they talk about the community. They talk that curriculum at the elementary level is totally different than that in U.S. history at the high school level, where they start to talk about Civil War and they talk about those things. But are we indoctrinating anyone? No, I don't think we have the capacity to indoctrinate anyone into anything. This isn't our belief. We're writing or we're teaching the standards. And honestly, I stand by that. And again, if anyone can show me, tell me where it is, we will investigate it. We will investigate it.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Well, and if I could just throw in, I'm looking at several emails that we've received recently. Let me ask these questions. In the glossary for our standards, are there the words gender identity, racism, systematic racism, privilege, marginalized, social justice, and different kind of stereotypes? Are they there or are they not?
So I can actually provide you with a copy of the glossary, if you like. So in the glossary, it does give terms. Those terms are initially broken out by K2 bands, and they start off just giving the terms and phrases that students need to understand, such as compelling questions, informed actions. And then it transitions to specific terms that students might encounter within the curriculum. And so those words are words such as absolute location, adversarial, American educationalism, American identity, artistic expression, bias, competing narratives. The word racism is present. And where the word racism is present, that's the term is racism, and that was present in our previous standards as well. But then in the definition that's given there, they do give examples, and the word does appear in the definition, not the word itself. So the term is not present. I'll give you an example. Let's see. We talk about what indigenous means. We talk about what injustice means. We talk about privilege. Privilege is a special right or advantage of a person or group. It gives the reference here to the Cambridge Dictionary and the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. With racism, it says racism is the belief that humans may be divided into separate and exclusive biological entities called races. And then it goes through that, and it also gives references for that information. And then later on, it gives the definition of structural systemic racism, but that is not the term itself. So those things do appear in the glossary, but those are not the terms that appear within the standards.
All right, are there any other questions or comments? All right, did we lose everybody? Dr. Smith, I appreciate that presentation and looking forward to the rollout of the new North Carolina Social Studies standards this year.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I believe, are we keeping you up here for the next
Yes,
item?
we
All
are.
right, you're not going far.
No, ma'am.
You will be sharing with us information about eLearning Academy and online learning options.
So yes, again, very excited to share with you what the district is doing in regards to online learning. So New Hanover County, for probably about the last 6 or 7 years, has been offering an online option for 6th through 12th grade students. Just waiting for that to kind of load up. Take your time. All right, wonderful, thank you. there we go. So as a part of that work, we use 4 primary sources to deliver this curriculum. So we have the North Carolina Virtual Public Schools system, which we have been a part of for a very long time. I want to say within the first or second year of its inception. And actually, New Hanover County Schools, based on our capacity, is one of the largest consumers of this. Our children really take advantage of these online courses. They allow students to accelerate, and then also for certain students, it allows them to do credit recovery. So it really has been a great benefit to our children in giving them flexibility within their schedule. We realized very quickly on that our teachers could actually do the same work. So we also offer locally taught courses. So these are courses taught by New Hanover County Schools teachers, because the NCVPS teachers, a lot of those were our teachers anyway. And then we brought in Edgenuity as a resource to support our 6th through 8th grade students. And then the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics offers some really unique opportunities and courses for our students as well. And we take advantage of that with our students. So again, NCVPS, it was created by the Department of Public Instruction. These are North Carolina licensed teachers, and there are over 150 course offerings available to our students. So imagine you have taken German 1 and German 2 with us, and there's not an opportunity for you to continue with that language. Through NCVPS, maybe there's the option for German 3 and German 4. So it really has been advantageous for our students. With our locally taught courses, you notice the cost is much less to the district than NCVPS. And right now we have 16 course offerings that we make available to our students within the districts. And just extremely proud of the work that our teachers in New Hanover County Schools do. They design these courses. Sometimes we use release shells from the state, but the teachers really put them together and are really invested in these courses, and our students do extremely well. And then, as I said before, with Edgenuity, we brought this to be because we were trying to really pull back to the school system families who had made the choice that they wanted to homeschool their students, or maybe their students to attend private schools. And so we said, hey, you can be a part of New Hanover County Schools and still remain at home. And so we've seen a lot of success with this. Now, it costs a little bit more per pupil, but that's because we're paying for a teacher along with the course. And so it's a teacher that's provided to us by Edgenuity, and we've had a lot of success with this. Now, this is a very different model than our remote learning model, but one we're really proud of because we want to serve all of our community, and that includes our students whose families have chosen to homeschool. And then finally, as I said, the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics developed some really unique and just great opportunities. There's limited access because they offer these courses across the state, but we've actually had the opportunity for them to create a cohort for our students at Laney High School, and that's zero cost to the district. So this is a service that the state provides, and these courses most often, I believe, are actually synchronous courses. So students go to class with other students across the state of North Carolina, and they're in synchronous sessions with them. And so just a snapshot of the Academy, we've got some images of some young folks there. We've had a student who graduated while traveling abroad in London. We've had a young man who was a professional surfer. And so we really want to cater to families for whom this is a best fit. We've also used this to support families who might have had some specific needs that did not allow them to attend face-to-face, but we really designed this to offer greater flexibility to our families. We believe very much in choice, and we want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all the students within our district. And so that is how E-Academy launched. We also recognize that online learning, it just sits differently than that face-to-face learning. So we have folks employed within our district that we call them VACs. For everyone else, they're virtual academy coordinators, and they provide support to these students. So they monitor the students, they help them with technical issues. Just because a child is enrolled in the online course and they have an online teacher, that doesn't absolve us as a district of our responsibility to ensure that child's success. So we take it very, very seriously. And then the link that's embedded within the PowerPoint, if you have the chance to click on that, just takes you to our annual report. Now, we did not have one for last year because we all know last year looked very, very different. But we have really incredible pass rates with our students who choose online learning as an option. And again, happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Dr. Smith. Are there any board members that have questions or comments?
Yes, Ms. Craybill does.
Ms. Craybill, start us off.
Okay, so Dr. Smith, that was awesome, and I'm glad that we had that opportunity for our 6 through 12 students. And I've had the opportunity to sit in on a class, with the co-taught with the School of Math and Science, and learned a lot about forensics with that class. But what my point was, do we have the capability and the staff and the know-how to bring this down into our elementary schools for all the same reasons that you described, that they were wonderful for our 6 through 12? I'm just thinking there are a lot of the same reasons that our young folks also need to have those services. So I am just curious about where we are in our thinking with that.
So we do not currently have an e-academy model for elementary age students. Now that doesn't mean that we are precluded from thinking about how that might work, but at this point we do not have the e-academy model at elementary school.
Yes, and I recognize that. So I guess I didn't phrase my question right. What would it take for us to get ourselves ready to offer that curriculum delivery option for our younger students?
I think that would require quite a bit of planning. We are currently set up for our elementary students to return, of course, in a 100% face-to-face model. And so I would say we'd probably need to put together a committee to research that and then to bring forth a design.
Okay, thank you. Just throw it out there.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Justice.
Yeah, I know a lot of, probably Ms. Crayville's question possibly came from the fact that we get a lot of inquiries from parents in elementary right now because of the COVID situation, and they're possibly immune compromised or situations like that. So we are getting a lot of inquiry about the lower grades, but normally, and this is just a good question in my mind, is there a need and has there been a call in the past outside of the COVID situation for this kind of opportunity for students for other reasons, as Ms. Craybill said, possibly the 6th through 12th grade reasons, to have this kind of program for the lower grades? I'm just asking if we have had that kind of discussion in the past about this.
So I can actually jump in on that one. And Ms. Varnum and I have had that conversation actually at the senior level. We've talked about it. And in the event that there is someone who has the health needs and they are unable to attend, we've asked them to reach out to our student services, and we will provide some type of access to them if there is a student with special needs. It's on an individual basis, but we do currently, even before COVID, if there was an issue where a student could not come to school, we had provisions for them.
Yes, and I understand those provisions like at-home teaching and a situation like that. I was just asking if there had been what kind of need was out there. So you don't see, at this point, you have not seen any in the past enough to consider this kind of opportunity for the lower grades.
We have not seen it for our lower grades, other than for those who need homebound assistance that is that type, but not for a traditional student. I shouldn't say a traditional student,
Well-
a student who does not have health issues.
And also, in addition, our middle grades numbers are very, very small. So, you know, we see a lot more online learning at the high school, and we see a lot more with students who want to accelerate their pathway through high school. But the middle school program is very, very small. And as Dr. Faust shared, we've not received any requests that I'm aware of for the E-Academy model for elementary age children.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments? I don't think I see any other hands. All right, Dr.
Okay,
Smith,
thank
thank
you.
you very much. Appreciate that. Great presentation. All right, next up for information under safety and hiring practices, Dr. Allison Coker, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, will be sharing some information about safety and hiring practices. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, community members. I am going to share information with you on hiring practices, safety protocols, and I want to make sure that, okay, there we go. Okay, so tonight I'll be presenting information to you regarding our current safety protocols, regarding our hiring practices, and also sharing information with you on fingerprinting as well. I don't think I'm moving forward, Anita.
There it went.
Oh, there
You got
we
it. Oh my goodness, what's happening?
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, I'm not sure what's
I
happening.
don't think you did that.
I didn't do that. Oh, good. That's good to know.
There we go. Oh, technology. Think we're good? Yep. Got it.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the beginning. Okay, so we'll start here. So I'm going to share with you information about our hiring practices, and I'm going to go through the entire process, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask any questions that you may have. So right now, our applicants to our district complete an application. As a part of that application, they complete a disclosure statement. This gives them an opportunity to disclose to us any information in their background that would comply with some of the questions that we ask them. We also do reference checks. 3 reference checks are required. And then we have applicants complete a release of information document, and that authorizes us to complete a criminal background check on them. The criminal
Zoom's going a little
Okay.
crazy this evening.
So technology is,
Can we direct a camera to the screen?
Yay.
We're good?
We're good.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, the criminal background check is based on an address history trace, and that's done through the Background Bureau Investigation Service. And what they do is they look at a 7-year address history trace, and they look at statewide criminal searches within North Carolina. They also look at multi-county searches. So if applicants have lived outside of the state of North Carolina, they look at the counties where those applicants have lived, and they do a background search in those counties as well. They do an auto, AKA name addition. So if there are names that people may have assumed, they use the social security number, the birth date, and they use that to find aliases that people may have used, and they do searches on those as well. They search a criminal record database. Their database is a search of over 400 million unique criminal records. that's put together from different governmental and proprietary sources. There's also a sex offender registry check that's done. That's a comprehensive real-time search of registered sex offenders, sex offender registries in all 50 states, plus Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, Guam, and Native American travel registries. There's also a security watch list check that's done, and so that's a database search of information attained from over 30 global agencies, including Interpol and the U.S. Department of Justice. So that's the criminal background check that is done on all of the employees the applicants who applied to become employees with us. Next slide. I'm afraid to touch a thing. Okay. In addition to that, for our pre-K applicants, they complete a fingerprinting process. And this is because of federal legislation, and that began in 2019. So they complete the application process, they go through the criminal background check that I just described, and in addition to that, they are fingerprinted. And the fingerprinting process is done through the Department of Health and Human Services Child Care Criminal Background Division. It's a federal background check that is completed. They complete an application online, and then they are fingerprinted through a local agency. Most often, our employees are fingerprinted through the Sheriff's Department or the Carolina Beach Sheriff's Department or Police Department. Employees currently are reimbursed for the cost of the online application and the fingerprinting process. Right now, that's about $46.50 per person. The background check is about $26.50, and then to be fingerprinted at a local agency can cost between $15 and $20. In addition to that, we have a guardian system in place, and so all of our employees are entered into this guardian system. And what that does is it monitors and alerts us if an employee has incurred a criminal charge in North Carolina. So if there's a charge that comes up on any of our employees, we get notice of that. Of course, the policy requires employees to notify us if there are criminal charges as well. So our background check and criminal history check in our hiring process includes the applicant disclosure, it includes reference checks, it includes a licensure check with the North Carolina State Department of Instruction, and there we can determine if licenses have been suspended or revoked or any adverse action has been taken on a license. It includes the address history trace. It includes that background check includes non-fingerprintable offenses as well as fingerprintable offenses. And I make that distinction because I'm going to share some additional information with you for your consideration. It is based on a history check, an address history check though, so it's based on residence. The pre-K, we do the fingerprinting, we search federal databases. That is based on fingerprintable offenses. So if there are offenses that were not fingerprintable, it would not be included in that background check. And then we have the Guardian system, which is an ongoing system of checking for criminal charges. So I share this information with you so that you can consider whether, our current practices, whether we continue our current practices, whether we supplement our current practices. And then there are some other decisions that we'll have to talk about as you think about how we'd like to move forward, including partnering with a local agency as we've done for the pre-K fingerprinting process to have applicants fingerprinted, or purchasing our own fingerprinting system and being able to submit those directly to the SBI, through a vendor to the SBI. So that's what's currently in place. I heard someone mention earlier that a caller said we don't do a sex offender registry check. We absolutely do a sex offender registry check. So I wanted to make sure that you had that information.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Coker. I'd open the floor to board members for any questions or points of clarification.
I do.
Yes, Mr. McManus? Oh, sorry, is it Mr. Wildebohr?
Oh, thank you. Just a quick question. In that one slide you made, when a person is charged, you would get notification, or when they are convicted?
The Guardian system, when do you get notified? Is it a charge or an infraction, I guess, or?
We get notified of charges, so there don't have to be convictions. We get notified of charges.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Craybill, what would be an example or two of a fingerprintable versus non-fingerprintable offense?
That's a great question, and I'm sure Ashley, my investigator, just stood up to walk over here because she thinks she's going to have to help me with that, but I think I might have one. So a non-fingerprintable offense might be a traffic citation. Maybe citations, infractions are non-fingerprintable. She brought me a list. These are fingerprintable offenses. So in essence, citations may be non-fingerprintable.
But like a DUI is fingerprintable?
Yes, ma'am. To clarify, all felonies are fingerprintable. Misdemeanors, certain misdemeanors, anything that's going to be violent, such as homicide, rape, assault, burglary, robbery, larceny, fraud, embezzlement, bribery, perjury, those are all fingerprintable. If you would like a full list, look at North Carolina General Statute 115 Charlie-332. Again, that's NCGS 115C-332.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm just looking at maybe like a disorderly conduct, kind of thing, I'll look it up. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Justice.
You said the background bureau runs this different information through these different systems. Do we contract with a company to do that?
We do pay for those services, yes. We pay approximately $14,700 a year for our applicants for our new hires, for that system, for that background check system.
For all of them?
For all of our new hires.
And what is the name of that company?
Background Investigation Bureau.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Dr. Coker. This says these are the considerations to partner with local approved agencies or contract with a vendor. Have you had a chance to look at prices for that, or what it might cost the district?
Yes. So right now, we pay approximately $14,000 a year for our criminal background check system. And then we pay an additional $2,000 a year for the Guardian system, that system that keeps all of our employees in it, that runs around. So if we looked at, and I'm going to use the number 700 new hires for the whole year. That's the number that I'm basing it on. So if we looked at hiring 700 new hires or paying for 700 new employees, we could do the fingerprinting in one of two ways. We could work with local law enforcement, and that's assuming they had the capacity to handle the number of employees that we would need to have fingerprinted. So the background check through the SBI would cost about $35. And then for them to go be fingerprinted at a local agency would cost approximately $20. So $55 per person. And then, so if we did that for, 700 employees, we'd be looking at around $38,500. And then if we purchased our own machine and we didn't do that through a local law enforcement agency, then that would be around $24,500. The cost of the machine would cost about $10,000. And so if we just got one machine, it would cost around $10,000. That's just for fingerprinting. You could add on, say, that $14,000 if we continue to do the same criminal background check. But what I would like to do is do more research to see if we could get that price down a bit. So, because you could decide to do only the criminal background check, or you could decide to do only fingerprinting, or you could decide to do a combination of both. And I do think they complement each other. So I think that's a strong consideration. And that's why I pointed out that the address history trace is based on your past residences, and it's based on the last 7 years of where you lived. So there's, some limitation there. The fingerprinting is based on those offenses that were fingerprinted, and those that were not, you may not get those. So I think we would need to I think one possibility is to consider a combination of fingerprinting and the criminal background check.
So what I'm hearing is this is an ongoing investigation for you. You're looking at cost and looking at options.
Yes.
At what point do you think you'd be able to bring back a full presentation for that to the board, if that's something that this board is interested in looking at and learning more about?
If that's something that this board is interested in knowing and wanting to see what each option would be, we could bring that back at your pleasure.
Okay. Great. Any other questions or comments? I see Mr. Wildeboer. Yes.
Yeah, I'll mute myself. I think it's a great idea. Thank you for doing the research you've done. Ask to continue and get that. I think any way we can keep our students safe, our other faculty members safe, I think that's paramount. So I thank you for that. It'd be a great idea to go as far as we can to keep everybody safe.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Coker.
Thank you.
And I would like to mention for these 3 information items, the Social Studies Standards, E-Learning Academy, and the Safety and Hiring Practices, these were requests that we received from the public, and we appreciate senior staff pulling together this information to share with us, because this is information that's very important to our families. And so thank you very much for bringing all that forward and educating the board and the community. All right, next item on the agenda is the superintendent report. Dr. Faust.
I'm happy to announce that the numbers are in, and 584 students from the class of 2021, nearly 1/3 of the graduates were designated North Carolina scholars. In total, our class of 2021 received more than $16 million in scholarships. As we've stated before, we're also excited for the upcoming regular school year as we resume full in-person learning 5 days a week on August 23rd. The school plan for management of student behavior policy presented to the board during the May regular session will be revisited next month during our regular board meeting as previously announced. I'd also like to reiterate that starting this school year, New Hanover County Schools will have the highest paid teachers in the state of North Carolina, thanks to the salary supplement passed by the New Hanover County Board of Commissioners and Board of Education, with a $9,000 annual supplement on average. Additionally, our salary schedule is currently at the state budget, and I hope to increase salaries for all New Hanover County school employees. So we're still waiting, and as soon as that budget passes, all employees will have, we'll be able to come back and let you know what the salary schedules are. As you noted, Mary Hazel stated she would, you'd have to vote on those salary schedules, so we'll have those again as soon as that state salary is, as soon as the salary schedule is approved at the state level. Our Human Resources Division is currently recruiting for hard-to-fill positions, including school psychologists and speech pathologists. Another thing that has been, I guess, a hot topic along with CRT is SEL, which is social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is also in the federal budget and our local budget, and there were mandates actually from the feds and actually from the state level that we had to provide social emotional learning and counselors for our students, just for Ignite. We had to put that in there. So it's not something that is indoctrinating anyone. This is actually for help and support for those students that need it. And so I just want to let you know that we've also received federal and state funding for our social and emotional learning programs and continue to hire positions to fulfill the state and federal requirements. As you know, we put in multiple positions in our counselors, social workers. Those positions were filled through that ESSER 2, ESSER 3 dollars. New Hanover County Schools is dedicated to providing the most comprehensive social and emotional learning environment possible to all students. And so some recognitions I'd like to read from last Tuesday. Finally, I'd like to reiterate the recognitions and achievement of our finance communications divisions by external professional organizations. And we're just so happy and pleased to be able to celebrate with our communications department for getting INSPRA awards, and also for our finance for getting that great award for finance. Our administrative staff also works diligently to provide the best support possible for our principals, teachers, counselors, bus drivers, and every other employee that works with us in New Hanover County. We are NHCS, and we're coining that phrase as Team NHCS. I want to share, of course, the enthusiasm with our staff and our teachers and welcome our students back for an eventful 21-22 school year. I'm so excited and can't wait for our school year to start. And I know that we're going to do great things, and you're going to hear great things. And we're going to talk a lot about curriculum, instruction, data, and how we're improving our school district and how we can celebrate too. So we look forward to that in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. I'm fired up after that one. All right, here we go. 2021-22, it's coming. All right, board chairperson's report. Just two really quick items. I just want to announce that the board will be participating in master board training, superintendent evaluation on August 6th with the North Carolina State Boards Association, and August 10th we'll be participating in parliamentary procedures training. And I just would like to say thank you to our New Hanover County staff. You all have been through a very interesting week, and you have handled it with grace. And we just appreciate you for all that you have done for our students and keeping the focus on our students always. So thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Faust, for your leadership.
Madam Chair, Hugh McManus.
Next item, oh yes, Mr. McManus, you have a comment?
I was going to ask Dr. Faust if he could update us on the New Hanover High School gym situation. There seemed to be a lot of questions about where they're going to play ball or where they aren't going to play ball, and the cost of the floor, et cetera.
Yes, I will have to have Eddie Anderson come to the podium. I want to say that there's been so many presentations on that, but there's some more work. So Eddie will be able to give you a brief, in-depth conversation about that. He does a much better job because he works with the engineers more than I do. So Eddie, I'm ready for you to take over because I am struggling.
I know you're bored, Eddie, just sitting there.
Hey, I'm just glad to get the opportunity to talk.
Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
I wish it was a better subject. I tell you, in all my time, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. Where what we think is a fairly simple project turned into such a complex problem and solution. I think I had shared with the board a pretty in-depth kind of a timeline and what's going on. But in summary, it really boils down to two issues. Initially, there was a depression in the floor. After investigating that, that is a raised slab, and it's on pylons, and we could tell that the pylons were actually sinking. And this has been, not over a week, not over a year. It's been, over 20 years, 50 years. It's we've had as much of, a 4-inch depression over 20 years. So, but in doing that investigation, because of, this is a gym floor inside of a utilized building, getting equipment in there and coming up with a solution that we could literally, work with inside a building was quite difficult. We had a lot of engineers scratching their heads, I assure you. But we think we've got a good solution from the structural engineer and our testing agency, and we're ready to start design on that. The other issue in looking at this, we also observed that the slab itself doesn't conform to our standards today. And so we're going to take not only the gym floor out, we're going to take the slab out. We're going to fix the foundation and put in a new slab that is built structurally for today's standards. We're in the process now. Obviously, this turned into a very large project, a very large scope of work quickly. So we did have to back up. We're in the process of getting the architect design team on board, as well as getting a construction manager on board. I think that having a construction manager on board for this project, it will be particularly helpful, and that they can go out and do some testing for us and better lead our design efforts. The budget transfer that was approved tonight gets that process started. Our preliminary cost estimates for the fix is approximately $2 million. Our plan is to come back to the Board of Education and the county commissioners. They asked for an update as well. Our plan is to come back in September and give you that update, final cost estimates, and a funding solution.
Where will they play ball? I mean, what do you?
Well, there's several different, there are currently the New Hanover is working with Cape Fear Community College to secure the Swart Center for all basketball and volleyball games. And then we're looking at a combination of utilizing some of our own facilities, Williston, Gregory, DC Virgo. We're working with UNCW on that, as well as Snipes and the Princess Place Gym. As you know, we're also adding air conditioning into Princess Place Gym to make that a better facility. And we're doing that in a way so it's not just a temporary fix. We're doing it in a way that it's going to provide a long-term solution for that facility as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Anderson. I know we had some questions about concessions, and I know since the gym games have to move around, is there a way for, they're losing a lot of money, for the booster clubs. So is there a way to kind of help with that?
Yeah, so I'll verify, but I'm making the assumption, but I think it's correct, and that in using the Swart Center, there'll be the opportunity for concessions there as well.
All right, thank you very much for jumping in there, Mr. Anderson. That was not exactly a planned conversation, but we appreciate the information, and we look forward to follow-up as we move forward in future months. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is...
Excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Justice?
Yes, I wanted to ask Dr. Faust a question. I know that there has been some concern about online material not being, I thought this was going to be brought up in your presentation, because I was told somehow or the other it was. But online material not being posted in a timely manner before our board meetings for the public to have an opportunity to look. Well, we've had some problems with board members getting it in a timely manner, but the public really would like to have that in a more timely manner, so they can look at it and formulate whatever their concerns are before we have our meetings. Have you been able to address some of those concerns the public's had in that question?
That was, I thought, was addressed in the last Tuesday. That's a policy change. We're following policy. So the policy states that we give it to the board members. I think I have to have help with the number of dates before. Right. And make it available for the board members.
Okay, I remember some of a discussion, but I thought that there was going to be some, I guess your presentation about the public, I I'm trying to remember because it has been a crazy week or two. But, so the discussion or the situation in the policy is just for the board members and not about the public?
Policy, I'll have to go in and, Crystal, can you pull the policy? And we can examine the policy of how it reads, but it does not read. And then one of the things that you have to understand is that we have to give the board in time, because it is a board meeting. We have to give board members enough time to peruse it, look at the information, be able to ask questions before we are allowing it to be vetted to the public. And so if the public is asking questions, and then they may be coming to you saying, hey, I don't understand why you're doing this. You're saying, well, I don't know what that means. We haven't had an opportunity to talk with the board, because those presentations go up in the agenda review. We're putting things together. Then we put the agenda together. Then we come together for our information, and then it's posted for the board members. I think it may be the Friday before. I think that's when it's posted.
5 days, I believe it is. Before, yes.
And so once that's posted, then you have the opportunity to ask us questions. So yes, policy 2335 states that at least 5 days prior to each regular board meeting or special board meeting, the superintendent shall provide the following materials to each board member: the proposed agenda, minutes of previous meetings that have not been adopted, and any supporting information or material that would assist board members to become informed on issues proposed for board consideration. So it does not state in there, your policy does not tell us to do it for the public. So that would have to be a policy change.
So that would be something need to go on the agenda to discuss in order to do that in a future meeting. That's what it
Ms.
sounds
Justice,
like.
I would suggest if that's something that you would like to, if you would like to bring forward, that can definitely be an agenda item for an upcoming meeting. If you would like to just send me the email and you can get a second, we can definitely do that.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
All right, moving on to committee reports. We only have one committee report on the agenda right now, and it is the Family Communications Committee. So Ms. Craybill, who is the committee chair, I will give you the mic.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow board members, at last Tuesday's meeting, I spoke about two upcoming opportunities for the community dialogue with Dr. Faust, Board of Education. I received considerable feedback, pushback actually, from several board members about the August 11th work session, where board members, where it was proposed that board members would sit down and talk with the community in a small roundtable setting. So that is concerning to me that we had the pushback, because I thought we were all on board with trying to talk with our public more and to meet on some common ground for the better interest of our community and our students. So with that said, I am going to change course of thought, and I wanted to ask Dr. Faust this. Since the board doesn't feel like they need to meet on the 11th in that format, is that something that you could do as a back-to-school meet and greet, something that you weren't able to do last year because you started after our school year started? So is that something that you can do, and then the board would not have to host this work session? That could be something that you and your departments could host?
Absolutely. We can work on dates that we can host. Just speaking with our folks earlier today, I was telling them that I want us to do a re-entry of the superintendent and getting to know and meet and greets for the superintendent. So we can definitely, that would be a great opportunity for us to step in and do senior staff meet and greets also.
Okay, so since I did kind of make the announcement that we were going to have this on August 7th, do you think that date would still be good, or should, well, actually, it's not the board's going to do it anymore, but do you think that's something that I should just retract and say that we're going to have a different date, or then you'll come out with something for that? Because I don't want there to be any confusion with the public. So ask them to save the date for that date.
Yes, so we'll come up with some dates, and we will we'll publish those dates.
Okay. So then the second event that I had spoken about, the Back to School PTA Council event, is still a go for Wednesday, August the 11th. And that is going to be held at the Spencer Building in the old boardroom. And Dr. Faust will be in attendance at that meeting, and he will do a 30-minute question and answer town hall forum setting for our PTA, our PTO, our other parent support organization leaders, and a representative from each school that does not have a parent support organization. So the PTA Council is looking forward to that, and Bernice Johnson, who is the president of the council, will be getting out in touch with all of those leaders. So that's all I had from Family Communications. Thank you for allowing me to clarify what I had said before.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crable. Appreciate it. Appreciate your work. All right, correspondence. Yes, Ms. Justice?
Yes, I have a question that just came up when she was going through her presentation. The Family Communications Committee, is the PTA, PTO part of that?
They are.
Okay. And I understand that you are serving currently as a temporary vice chair of the of the district's PTA?
You understand correctly, but I am about to be voted off because we are having elections, and I won't be that role anymore. And I was that role before I was elected.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, because where all this information is coming from. And so it is part of the Family Communication Group. Okay. And well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, next item on the agenda is correspondence. Does anyone have any correspondence they need to share or would like to share? Right, I don't see any hands, I don't think. All right. Next item is the call to the audience, non-agenda items that we can skip over because there is no more call to the audience available. Next are announcements. Let's see, was it June, Ms. Crable? Ms. Crable attended the North Carolina School Boards Association Summer Institute, and very appreciative. The spots filled up incredibly fast. I tried to get in and register as well, but they had a minimal group that they could bring in due to COVID restrictions, and Ms. Crable was able to get in and be able to represent for New Hanover County Schools, and she's going to take a few minutes to tell us a little bit about the Summer Institute and some of her takeaways. Ms. Crable.
Yes, thank you. I know we're going on 5 hours now, so I really will be brief. So a couple of the things, it was held in Carolina Beach, and it was a 5-day workshop, 3 days for the Summer Leadership Institute and 2 days for policy. Some of the major things that we talked about, first of all, I thought it was a great opportunity to network with school board members from across the state. And what I found just really, really enlightening is that many school boards came together, had several of their members came, and several of them brought their superintendent with them. So we got a lot of good information from all different sides and how boards work well with their superintendents. I got some good feedback on different sort of evaluation tools that they use. I got some sample goals that I will bring with me on Friday to share with you all, or just in case we need that. But some of the things that they encouraged us to do was to participate in those conversations that they offer across the state. We have an Eastern, a Middle, and a Western. I know I've attended those. Pete has attended those, and I'm not sure if anybody else has either. And then they also just encouraged us, boards to work together as a board and not as individuals in order to fulfill the mission of our schools. They talked a lot about the summer programs, and they were very excited about that and cautioned us about not calling it summer learning not calling it learning loss and recovery, but to focus more on the acceleration aspect, that every student, that came to summer school came in different places, but accelerate their learning and be ready to start the school in the fall. So I liked the positive attitude that the DPI was pulling forward, and I really felt strongly that our Summer Ignite program was mirroring that and was very proud to give examples to the rest of the state about what we were doing. They talked about the movement between public, private, charter, and homeschool students during the pandemic, and how the money was flowing, and how it was, districts were just, trying to be creative and getting more kids back into our school systems. They talked about Leandro and the recent ruling that occurred on June the 8th, and encouraged boards to work with their state with their legislators and their school districts to figure out how we are going to approach that. So I would like to see that as a work session, coming up. And they also talked to us about cybersecurity. Apparently, during the pandemic, there were several school systems that were hacked and with ransomware. And so they were actually down for weeks at a time where they couldn't do anything, trying to figure out if their insurance was going to pay, how to do that. And that was really kind of frightening because our employee and student data was on the line, not ours, different boards across the state. So they encouraged us all to take a look at our technology programs and our cybersecurity so that we can lessen the likelihood that it would happen to our system and reduce the impact should it actually get through there. And I'm sure, Ms. Brinson and her team is already on that, but that was a topic that I really hadn't given much thought to. He also encouraged us to make sure that, that our systems were robust and tight, so that it didn't happen to us. We talked about school safety and making sure that our threat assessments were up to date, and talked about, different avenues that we can help ensure the safety of our students. Things like the Say Something app, which we are using, SAVE clubs, Students Against Violence Everywhere, and we do have several SAVE clubs operating in our school system right now. So I wanted to, give a shout out to any of those club advisors that are listening. Thank you for your work there. They talked about making sure that we're clear on our SRO role. So it looks like we are, we're getting back to look at that in 5120. And cautioned us, the guy that was doing our presentation was a former law enforcement agent or law enforcement officer. And he said that everybody just needs to be clear that insubordination of a student does not directly correlate with disorderly conduct and a charge, and that that is not their role in the schools, is to be doing that. So then in the policy part, we talked about that they, as part of the the Senate Bill 476, which required that school-based mental health programs be put into place, including, training of, people at all levels of the school system and having a suicide referral protocol, that we look to make sure that our social workers and our counselors and our psychologists were also receiving supplements that our teachers were receiving, so that they were really on par with everybody's working together as a unified system. One thing that I was also happy to hear about was they made the connection between physical activity to mental health, and that kids that are more active tend to be less stressed, as do adults. And prior to the pandemic, the school system was through the PTA, was working on action-based learning programs. And I just wanted to remind folks, throw a little shout out there, the PTAs have like $13,000 ready to do mini grants to schools that are interested in including that in their social emotional learning plans. So I thought that was great. So the next week that happened after that, I attended Assembly Conference, which was free, and I have all of the links that I can share with you all. There are so many good things that we can be using with Assembly. We're only a year into it, so we probably didn't get good training on all the things that we could do. But some of the things that really stuck out at me was the sticky note option, that we can use sticky notes on our board agenda, so you can make notes and be ready to jump into the conversation. We can use QR codes that people can just scan and go right to the board agendas and different parts of the agenda. One of the things that I really liked was voting option, that we can actually vote on motions and different things using a Assembly voting process, where we just vote yes, we all vote simultaneously. Crystal would compile that and give that report right back to the board chair. I think those little kind of things would help increase our efficiency at our meetings. The two things that when I asked a question about, can we put motions into, how can we put our motions on the screen before we vote so people are really clear, so that we're not going, could you repeat that motion? And, you know, like 4 people jumped in and said, what do you mean that you don't have your motions already presented, you know, as part of your agenda? So that might be something. I know a lot of us have coined the new phrase blindside, but this could keep a lot of the blindsiding out if we chose to try and use that option to get our motions up ahead of time. And then I mentioned it earlier, a lot of districts and companies that are using Assembly, they try and align their agenda items with their goals, you know, from their strategic plan, and not as a tracking tool, but just as a way to make sure that we are covering the right things at the right time. So that was it in a nutshell. I encourage you guys, you know, just to, you know, attend any of these kind of things you can, because it's helpful. And I got put in touch with some of our counterparts in Brunswick County, so I've got a lot of good information to share with you that is accurate on what they are actually doing and some of the reasons that they are putting certain things into play.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Crable. If any board members have follow-up dialogue, please, I encourage you to reach out. She got a lot of wonderful information from attending those conferences. We appreciate you. Okay, last item on the agenda for the evening is adjournment. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion.
Move to adjourn,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Boyer.
Ms. Walker. Is there a second?
Mr. Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Any discussion? Ms. Bowie, could you call the roll, please?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Ms. Craybill?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Motion passes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.